If you're constantly battling low energy, cravings, weight control, watching your health slip away, listen up. There's a simple daily protocol they don't want you to know about that's helping people ditch their meds and reclaim their health. Up to 88% of Americans potentially suffer from some degree of insulin resistance. The Feel Great protocol is a simple 2-step daily system designed to help your body work with you, not against you. Step 1. Unimate, a powerful yerba mate extract clinically shown to boost mood, increase mental clarity, and support fat burning. Step 2. A patented fiber matrix called Balance. Taken before meals, it helps regulate blood sugar, curb cravings, and support healthy insulin response. That's it. No crazy diets, no meds, just science-backed support your body actually understands. Feel Great is perfect for you if you have low energy, weight control, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, poor sleep, diabetes, snacking, sugar cravings, gut health, systemic inflammation. This isn't a trend, it's a transformation. Start today to reclaim your health with the Feel Great protocol.
Tally 2, 5 o'clock low.
We got Maverick playing in the background. It decided to play in the back of None Shall Sleep right there, Nessun Dorma, which of course, if you guys are watching on one particular platform, you won't get the full show. It's going to have to be cut up later, but of course you guys can go over to the Foxhole and Pilled and the Rumbles, but the other one, you're going to have to chop that thing up. But it is Sunday, and it is fun day, and I do have Mr. MatrixQdeBreaker with me. How is it going today, brother? How's your week been? What's going down?
Oh, my Lord, what a week it has been. Of course, my personal highlight of the week is Mr. JFK Jr.'s story just falling into our hands. It's just so amazing.
Again. What's up with that?
Again. I mean, I think the time's coming for somebody that said, wait till you hear, wait till you find out who's been talking to you this whole time. I'm waiting for that to come out. And my theory this entire time has been that JFK Jr. is who we call Q. And Trump is Q+. And this week, in my opinion, just wrecked my brain all week, from the comms we got from Trump, Fox News, and everything across the every media platform, everybody putting stuff together. I am excited as all get out.
Heck yeah, dude. And I'm surprised, dude. I'd never actually seen. I'll pull this up for the folks in a second. I want to say hello to the folks, but I never actually saw the part where they asked General Flynn about Junior. Have you? I don't remember seeing it. If I do, I just don't remember seeing it.
General Flynn specific? I'll have to see it to double check my knowledge on remembering that.
Was once asked in front of a crowd whether he not knew if JFK was still alive. I'd never seen the answer. Let me see. I don't
think I've seen that.
No, this is new for me. Because you were bringing up JFK, but it's interesting too, right? To talk about, I discussed it a couple times this week. Me and Hulk touched on it really quick, but it's like, where were all these documentaries and stuff? I don't know, from 1999 to like 2015. Like, I don't remember many or any of them, but all of a sudden it seems like we got some in 2018-ish, 2019, then maybe 2021 or two, and then now they're hashing them out again. It's weird to me,
Yeah.
dude. Timing
Well,
of
think
it's
about
just
it though.
weird.
I think timing's kind of perfect. George Magazine, they told us where will you be in 20 years or something like that. Grab your popcorn. So 20 years later puts you into the timeline of Trump. So to me personally, it makes total sense because you go 20 years into the future, and then if you take our timelines that we're on, how we're on Trump, quote unquote, term number 2. Well, I have a whole theory about term 2 is kind of like term 1 when you swap your numbers out. And if you do that, suddenly 2026, we're in 2018, and suddenly that 20 years hits dead on the head with our JFK Jr. situation. So suddenly my theories suddenly make sense all these years later.
Well, that's a good thing, right? Let's
Yeah.
let's play this and then get it out off the screen, and then we can say hello to some of the folks in the chat really quick. But I'm interested to see what he said because I don't know. Let's see.
Okay, next, sir.
Knowledge.
It's so it's faint and it didn't really pick it up, but he said you maybe heard little bits of it. He said, to your knowledge, is JFK Jr. alive? And everybody's laughing.
No, listen. Listen. I just want to, best question of the night right there. You get the award for best question. No, wait a second. I incited this. I said, you guys go over the line. This guy's asking if Obama's with his boyfriend. This guy, he feels empowered. Okay, I'm going to do freedom of speech.
There's nothing like a Lawmeyer town hall.
Amen. Okay, sir, you want to punt? You want to answer? What do you want to do?
I don't think he's going to answer.
He's not at Mar-a-Lago.
Okay, next, sir.
So not at Mar-a-Lago, but that was a new one for me. That's
Whoa.
interesting.
Well, if he's saying that, he didn't say he was dead.
he did not. You're right.
No,
All
he
the
did not.
details.
And that's the thing too is what's his Robert Kennedy Jr. What did he do? He was on some kind of podcast, and somebody in the chat kept posting to him over and over and over in all caps, and said, "If Junior is alive, touch your nose." And it took him 15 minutes or so to finally see that message, and when he finally saw it, he flipping touched his nose.
I mean, this one. So
Yep, that's it.
So I got mixed feelings on this one, right? I got one that's like, it's almost like somebody in the chat was just like, dude, touch your nose if he's alive, touch your nose if he's alive. And it could be the fact that, he's alive, but it also could be like this person keeps friggin' spamming the chat. Let's get rid of them. I don't know. You know what I mean? But
Well,
all time
put
will
yourself
tell.
put yourself in his shoes. He's not really supposed to say much. You have somebody in the chat over and 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 over doing that. What's the odds of him actually looking at the chat while he's talking to somebody? Probably pretty low. So they put it over and over. When he finally does happen to catch it, he touches it. That's how I personally see. Because think about this: when me and you were talking here, when we're talking, I don't see the chat. I only see the chat specifically when there's a pause and I can actually take my eyes away, take my brain away from what we're doing. So that's how I kind of see him. He's having an interview of some kind. He's not just watching the chat the whole time. So he had to be caught, or he has to catch them actually writing that in. And I saw this video. She said it over and over and over and over and over. He finally saw it. That's just how I see it. Again, that's my own personal theories to it. So.
And that's totally fine. Chris Schaus in the chat says, Vincent Fusca, I can tell you he's not Junior. And here's a weird thing about him. Like, I don't know if you guys remember listening to me years ago saying when Vincent Fusca was doing the doing the rounds and the rallies and stuff, I kept saying, I'm telling you, I think there's two Vincent Fuscas out there. And to me, they looked like there was an older one and there looked like there was a younger one. And I don't know that, how much whatever that other younger one was showed versus the, the real Vincent Fusca or whatever, air quotes. But to me, it looked like there was a younger version and then an older version popping around. And this is just me kind of going off of memory. So we'll see.
I will give you this. I think you're 100% right. There's two different Vincent Fuscas at least. One of them I have another theory on as well, which until you see the pictures of the side-by-sides, it's hard to follow it because it sounds crazy. But Vincent Fusca, the main one, I should say, I truly believe that would be John Denver. And if you put a side-by-side by them, they are flipping identical. Same mouth, same teeth, same smile, same eyes, same everything.
When did he die, though? When did John Denver die, though?
Let me find I can give you let me give you a side-by-side here.
Because I was saying the other day I was like, who was I saying it to? I was like, some people are saying like, Michael Jackson, okay, huge, JFK Jr., some of these people that are huge, and then you go, and yeah, John Denver was big back then as well. But like some people are even saying like, TLC, some Lisa Left Eye, oh, she's dead and she's in hiding, and I'm like, not everybody is. But if you got something, I'll look at it for sure. You gonna share?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it right this second. Hang on, I can be able to get a close up because it's not on my computer. So
well, take your time. I'll say hello to some of the folks in the chat. I see Bmore924 in the chat says I think he's alive. Jake Giglio says one of them was right behind Trump at Butler. Yeah.
Yep.
Du Elmo says John Denver died drunk in his hobby plane. Let's see. Bree, what's up? Says saw Vince at the DJT rally. Totally not Junior. Vincent Fusca. Let's see. Jake saying good morning to Chris Schaus, which I just read hers. Let's see. Easy saying happy Sunday all. Obama with the girlfriend. That is hilarious. Everybody in the filled chats. Guys are up to, what you kids are up to this fine morning. Where we got 41 piled in already. Come on in. Stephanie Sprague says, hello, friends. Sup, families? Timothy Nortoni. One Thunder. Happy Sunday, brother. High Signal. Dropping some memes in the chat there. Boom, booms. Liking that. Misfortune, hello. And Big Willie. What's up, everybody?
What's up, everybody? What's up, Julie Staggs? Redneck Sharks in the house. And both sides as well. Welcome in, brother. Good to see you out there. What's up, Trisha E? Low-Key Wizards also in the house. Welcome, everybody. And please, remember, everybody, smack that red pill, smack that thumbs up, or whatever positive affirmation, depending on which site you're on. Jump on Spaceshot side, jump on my side. Give us those thumbs up and those heart emojis, because that algorithm, I'm telling you, is the simplest, quickest, freest, and easiest way to get the word out about this Sunday show.
Yes, we greatly appreciate that.
I did find it.
Right, let me I made sure you're the co-host here, so you should be able to share whenever your heart desires.
Perfect. Ooh. All right, no sound to share, there's no need, but here is a bunch of side-by-sides. You tell me that dude does not have the exact same face as Vincent Fusca. And then here's the thing, Take Me Home, Country Roads. He likes to put that on. Trump does. That's one of his songs. And look at those two. It's creepy, bro. It's freaking creepy.
It does have that, I don't know how, I don't want to say odd face, but a weird structure. And then the bottom left looks like the friggin' kangaroo guy there.
Crocodile Hunter.
Is that him?
Yeah, whatever his name was. Steve Irwin. No, it's not, though, but it does look like it. Yeah, seriously, though, what are the odds that he looks that much like John Denver?
I'm trying to see if in that picture, too, because, dude, I remember saying, see the bottom, I want to say, the bottom left picture and the bottom left picture and the middle right picture of Fusca. That one, I can actually probably mark it on the screen. Here we go. This one here, ding, and then this one here.
Okay.
They look like they're younger. I don't know. It almost looked like the skin was, tighter and I don't know. I'm just going off of memory back then, and I'm like, wait, this one looked a little more weathered than the other one, and the other one looked a little bit more younger. And I'm not saying, either way. We'll see what happens, but it's so weird to me that all this stuff comes out. Why are they doing reruns on JFK Jr. so far after his death when they didn't do anything in the first 15, 16, however many years? Probably 16, 17.
That's the whole thing is I can't sit there and you have to stay hidden. You have to stay quote unquote dead for so long. He can't come right back out. So they have to make everybody believe he's dead. Now, here's one thing about that too, though, is with the situation specifically for Junior, what we have in this situation is 3 days after that plane crash, it is said that Junior wrote Trump a note, which Trump went on Larry King Live, handed the note to Larry King. Larry King read the note, including the date in which he wrote it. But the plane crashes on July 16th of 1999, and Larry King reads the note, and it said, signed by JFK Jr. on July 19th, 1999. Trump goes, yeah, that must have been one of his last things he did. How'd you do it 3 days after your plane crash, bro?
Yeah, it was weird. And you seen Larry King going, oh, he wrote you this letter in August, September, July. It's like, dude, Larry, you can't freaking get the dates going right. But yeah, he absolutely did.
That's what I'm saying. So that's another piece to it too. It's like you can't tell people right away. Just like I have that thing about Charlie Kirk too. You're not going to sit there and find out anything new. If Charlie Kirk really did fake it and he went to Valhalla, like we heard, we're not going to find out about it. That's kind of how I feel. I think Junior's one of those characters that because he is involved with all the stuff we believe he is, at least I do, including the Q drops, I think he's the main one that almost has to come back out. But then you got to throw in other people. What about Princess Diana? What about all her stuff? Because that car that went into that tunnel is not the same car that we saw in the wreck because the license plates were different as well. So there's two people, JFK Jr. and Diana. And then you can get into those conspiracies about, well, some people think that Kaylee McEnany is Junior's daughter, and you go into all this other stuff, and there's all kinds of these connections going on. I think they had to stay hidden for a certain amount of time for certain things to happen in order for us to be at this point where we can learn about the new or the stuff that happened in the past that people, oh, he died. No, what if they're all alive? They're playing the movie. They're the 60,000 man army. And this is why none of the word got out or got leaked, is because they're all a part of it.
Yep. And to Hulk's point yesterday, we were kind of touching on this really quick. When you look at it in the drops, the way it lays it out is Q&A right here is in the middle, and then somebody asked a question, and then there's no. But then when you go to, all right,
share your screen back.
Oh, okay, that would help, huh?
Yeah.
I'll just be kind.
You got to go back and forth.
I'll share the screen there. All right, I'll be cordial. Here we go. Okay, so when you go back into here, this is the original. This is the the aggregator site here. You have 2611. Then it says no, and then inside here you got the Q&A, and so I clicked on this one here, 4280260.
I know where you're going with this. If anybody hasn't seen this, pay attention. Pay attention.
So that's this one. Is he alive? And then you look at this one, you say, well, is the answer to that question no? JFK Jr. alive. Let me see. There, and then you go back to this. Is JFK Jr. 4280260? Because we covered this back then as saying no. He said no, but the way it lays out on the board here, this is
go over the number to the right of it. Whenever you go back over the no, above the word no, go over the top of that. Oh, no, one down. Yeah, and now slide it over to the one to the right there. Oh, it won't let you do that. Okay.
Q&A is JFK. The way it lays out here, it does look like it's in a response to this one here, but look and see this, dude. This is we were talking about as well. Look how active people were on the boards, where you know about the minutes and the seconds, right? Like so 1847. These are all in the 1840 seconds, and these drops are separated by like 1 second and 2 second increments, essentially.
Right.
Point of Russian bomber. So the way it looks here is that it is laid out properly. Is JFK Jr. alive? And that's a response to that. But I don't know. Dude. I mean, we were told.
Maybe it's a little further. Yeah, I know, right? But I've seen the person do it online where they went through this too. And they showed this.
How about that?
Is Michelle really Michael? Yeah. There you go. That one. Maybe that's it. Yep, there it is. That's it.
So.
But who is that? Who answered that?
Now, which one was this one? That's 1212 at 1848.
It's a little after.
44. That's 42.
They say 4401 is the answer. 4401 is the answer. 42 is 260 is the last three digits, so that's it. So 64401, so it was 4 minutes later.
So yeah, I mean. This one, it seems to look like the answer is yes, right? Is he alive? Yes. And so up to this other one here, the other one goes into no. So, I mean, again, dude, this is why I used this, is because whenever I tried to post on here, I could never get it right. I got a few posts on it over the years. I was never a big board guy. I always stuck with this aggregator site for that reason, because
same here.
Plus, I didn't want to get hacked, and there was a lot of very sketchy things going on. A lot of crazy times, dude. Like there was such such wild times that was going on in 2018 and 19, and we don't know what we dealt with back then. You know, like we don't know what was actually going on, and we know that they were trying to do all they could to take this stuff down and the servers.
Now,
and they did take the Chans down. Remember the 8kun, all that crap? 8chan versus 8kun?
Yeah, it was 4chan, 8chan, 8kun, and all that. But also, thank you, Speak Kindly, for reminding me of that part, too. That's another piece I always bring up with this question here. JFK Jr. alive. So for those that I mean, this is a thing where you have the ability to do something. So 3 days after his dad was killed by a 33rd degree Mason, Jr. turned 3 years old. So Junior, once your dad dies, you don't technically have to be a junior anymore. So in that question, the way it's laid out, is JFK Jr. alive? They can say no because he might not go by Junior anymore. That's one of those things you can throw in there too, saying it's the wording of it. It's if you want to go with that, you can say, okay, they can easily say no, Junior's not alive because he's no longer Junior. That is one of those things as well. So it's another way you can play with people and give disinfo and misinfo to not give them the truth. But end of the love story with JFK Jr. What does he say? He says, if don't go to my grave and cry, I am not dead, or I'm not there, I'm not dead, or something like that. Here, let me find it, what I say about it. It says, here it is. Do not stand by my grave and cry. I am not there. I did not die. And that brand new, this is from the brand new JFK Jr. Love Story show.
Oh my God. Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. I can show you that if you like.
Oh, I would love to. Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude. And it doesn't make sense why. Again, like, what are we on, the third or fourth rehash of the show or the information about him? It's like people weren't
I don't know.
It's like people weren't getting it the first 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, exactly. So here's my actual post. I put JFK Jr. love story. Do not stand by my grave and cry. I am not there. I did not die. And we'll see that in a second. I've stuck to my guns this entire time. Jr. didn't die. They're blatantly telling us this now. There's 2 drops, which is 918 and 920, that says, wait until you learn who has been talking to you here. And then I said, I wonder who that just may be. I said my belief is that Junior's Q and Trump is Q plus, best friends and the finishers. The further along we go, the more it seems not just plausible, but legit. Enjoy the show. Here's the drop that says, wait till you learn who has been talking to you here. And then I grabbed this from Joe Rambo. Shout out Joe Rambo for the clip of it. So check it out. So there you hear at the end, I'm not in the grave. I did not die. So there's that little piece. And just for one other piece that goes kind of with it is BB Lee 51 posted this out and was trying to get Rambo's attention with this, but I actually found it and grabbed it from her. Oh, what did I just do with it? Where did it just go? There it is.
That's go.
This one here, why would Kaylee post this pic when it's rumored that Jackie Kennedy would be her grandmother? And there's that theory about that. So take what you will with it. Again, I don't care. It's just, this is the stuff that I see that just blows my mind because there's so many different connections that we've heard about. And the further along we go in this damn movie, the more we're learning and the more we're seeing. And again, what does Q tell us? The further along we go, the more unreal it will become. And the further along we go, the more unreal it becomes. And again, I've just stuck to my guns the whole time of what I've always believed. And I think that's coming true, at least in my own eyes, is that Junior's going to eventually pop out. And here's the last piece I'll give to you, because I have to do this, because this is something I caught this week that goes with this. I have to pull the picture, though.
Go for it, baby. I did a little research, too, on that poem. Just I'll give you a little something on that when you're done with this.
Perfect. Here you go. So on the 5, I do have the actual clip of this, but I just want to point one thing out. They had Donald Trump on the 26th. Great. Yes, it was. And he's going through this, and they started asking him questions, of course, about Junior. They brought up the love story right here. Hang on, Kitty. I hear you. The Kitty wants out. There you go. So they popped this up on the screen where they put Junior next to Trump. And they're telling the story, and they're just about to ask him directly about him. And they put this up on the screen, and look at the time they put it up on the screen. Military time, that would be 17:48. So Trump happens to be POTUS number 47, and I have a belief that he is 17. So what were they telling us when they popped on 4817 with the timestamp that he pops on Junior and Q? So think about this. What did Trump say in this conversation? He thought Junior would have been president one day. Now, no, I don't think it's going to happen, but if it would happen to where he would pop out instead of J.D. Vance or something like that, one of those tinfoil hat conspiracies, it would require him to be 48. And again, that's just a random theory, but when they throw that up there, they throw it into my face like that. I'm like, holy crap, man. So there's just a few little combos to it.
Where would he have to be hiding too, right? Like he would have to have his own
well, witness protection. Witness protection is Valhalla. Same thing as where Charlie Kirk or anybody else that's ever faked their deaths have gone. I mean, Michael Jackson's another one where a lot of people believe Michael Jackson's alive. So I mean,
Dave was very weird interview on Larry King Live, which he and I don't know if I think that dude died now, but it was very, very much like Michael's voice, very soft and whatever. Yep. And remember, like I don't know if a lot of people remember this, but he had a big battle with I think it was Sony Records, Tommy Mottola, and he came out and basically was defending Mariah Carey and some of these other people that have been wronged by all these people. I think she was actually married to Tommy Mottola of Sony Records, if I'm not mistaken. Mariah Carey was, but yeah, these people are vicious, and while they make these stars, they don't have the money. Most of these stars, unless you're huge, don't have the money that they portray themselves to be. It's all kind of like an act as well, like that they have all this extra money and stuff. And just really quick before I forget this, I was like, wait, where is this poem, and what is this? It had to be a poem or something that they were reading. It says, the actual source is "Do not stand at my grave and weep, I am not there," comes from the poem "Do not stand at my grave and weep." Oh, big surprise. Originally written in 1934 by Claire Harner, written from the perspective of someone who has died, basically saying, "Don't mourn my grave, I'm still present in nature and spirit." It ends with a line often paraphrased as, "I'm not there, I did not die." But that is just very weird phraseology for a story like that.
Yep. And here's the thing. Remember this. You just said it. So that comes from somebody else's words that has a certain different meaning. Well, of course they're going to use something like that. So you guys can't do what I just said and say what it actually means. You can say, oh, well, it's just from this poem over here, and it just means this. Okay. Well, that's what they want you to think.
It could be, right?
Yeah, and non-persona, welcome in on the Rumble side. Thank you for gifting out that one subscription over there on the Rumble side. Thank you very much, and welcome in.
Gracias there, non-persona grata? Non-persona. Thank you there.
Non-persona, yes.
So, dude, here's a little kind of a weird / funny. Did you see we got security dogs in Atlanta, Georgia now, dude? This is... for me, anyways, this is pretty wild, and I'm a little concerned, to be honest with you, about the whole, what's the word I'm looking for? Skynet type of situation.
Oh, you mean robots? I didn't know you meant robot dogs.
Security robot dogs. These aren't your pit bulls like the quarterback there, Michael Vick's gonna go electrocute in a tub at the back, but maybe that's how you'd have to take one of these things out, but. Didn't he have these at Mar-a-Lago? I'm pretty sure President Trump has these things or a version of them walking around Mar-a-Lago as well.
I wouldn't doubt it, considering Melania came out with a robot this week. That was weird as hell.
Oh, God. Let me see. Robot security Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, I've seen these for years, and I always seen them on videos, but I never seen them in person or anything like that. I had no clue they were actually putting them out in person or like in real life.
Check out this one. Here's the ones. This is from 2024. Donald Trump has reportedly beefed up his security detail at Mar-a-Lago. Now has a robotic dog patrolling the property. A large warning sign on the side of the robot reads, "Do not pet." Made by Boston Dynamics and is equipped with surveillance technology. Safeguarding the president-elect. So this is, like I said, 24, November 8th. While we cannot get into specific capabilities, the robotic dogs are equipped with surveillance technology and an array of advanced sensors that support our protective operations. Because, dude, I mean, think about, you got to say a human being, right? He's walking along here, you know, whatever he's looking at. Like, so say if I don't even know which way's front on this damn thing, but say, you know, the security guard is looking to the right. Well, he doesn't see anything behind him, anything to his left, anything to his right. And these robots with sensors should be able to pick up things multi-directional. They should be able to hear a lot better, right? They should be able to see a lot better, maybe even in x-rays, or even say, oh, I don't know. Let me see if I can find a better. Like, I don't know. There's a guy sitting in a bush here with a sniper rifle, right? Like, my guess is probably one of these dogs saw it before a human did, would be my guess. I mean, they tell you somebody saw it, but, you know, with all this stuff here, dude.
Very true.
I wonder if it has lethality in it, too. I bet you it has something.
It has to. Why else? Well, I mean, they could use the dog or the robot just for the surveillance part, and then they send the info to the humans to actually have the lethality part, because it'd be really bad to have a robot that thinks that, you know, somehow, some way, a little kid runs up on somebody and it kills a little kid because it thinks the kid's attacking it, you know?
Good point. Very good point.
Yeah. The robots freak me out a little bit as far as this AI stuff goes. I'm not the biggest fan of that, so.
So what are you making of all this this Iran stuff here? And actually, you know what? But before we get into that too much, I want to pull up this thing, and I don't know, you know, I just pull clips up, and again, I'm gonna be covering all this stuff impartially as I can, but I'm gonna post this here and say this here, March 29th. So that's today, 11:17 this morning. General Flynn posts out, "Thank you, President Trump, for taking the time to reach out and for signing off on my statement below. You, better than all others, understand the monumental challenges our nation faces here at home and overseas. May God continue to watch over you and protect you." And so he's basically saying he's signing off on this, right? And so I guess he got a couple million or a million and a little bit extra lawsuit for being basically gone after. And, you know, obviously President Trump has been suing people along the way as well. But, you know, this took a big chunk out of General Flynn's life for sure. And, you know, I know there's probably even some people in the chat here that are saying, you know, well, because he's a bad guy and he did this, that, and the other. And I just don't have the facts to bag this guy or Akash or his girlfriend. But I'm here for it all, right? I'm here to cover the smoke as it clears. But I just think it's pretty interesting as we're ramping up, all of these kind of grenades of doubt get thrown into the arena. You know, what are you making of all this stuff, dude?
Well, thanks to all the Anons in the community putting different things together. So with Flynn, my own personal thing is I'm on the fence, the side of the fence that he is a actual good guy. The damn black pillars, because I like to look at both sides of the fence with him, specifically because there's a whole lot out there. It is very confusing with all the shit people put out. But with this specific thing right here, I truly think he's a good guy. I think the recent stuff we've been getting, like the whole loading in the White House app and all that stuff, there's people that's been putting certain parts of that together and adding it to Flynn, because Flynn in the loading screen. So kind of like, it's timing of it being too perfect. I'm not following the black pillars on this. I'm more on the side of Flynn being on our side. I think this is perfect timing because he gets all that money. So Flynn is exonerated or freed, whatever words you want to use, from the drops. I think it makes perfect sense that he's going to come back into the fold and come back into play, literally. And I think it's probably, if it's going to happen, it's probably going to happen fairly soon. So that's my thoughts on it. I liked my General Flynn, but I do listen to the black pillars about him too, just because I want to hear what they're saying, and they can really mess your head up when it comes to that stuff. So
interesting, yeah.
Yep, there it is. Yep, that's it.
I pulled it up. Dave from News Treason tagged, says, what drop was Stormy just highlighting today? The White House just smashed the same Flynn drop with a video that, when reversed, says, "Exciting announcement tomorrow." Timestamp 10:18 over to 22:18 for military time. You're just adding 1200 for the military time. And then loading, right? And then I think we got some loading here as well, right? Wasn't there some some loading in here or something along the lines of?
That's the Jay-Z song one. That's the one that has the what the hell's the name of the song? Public service announcement by Jay-Z. It's played in reverse.
Oh yeah. That's crazy, dude. Yeah, nothing will happen, and I don't know that anything did happen the next day, right?
Yes, the White House app launched.
Yes. That was the exciting news, and so it was loading, though, right? The app was loading, and then you have people out there that are saying, "Oh, this White House app has all these permissions, like a Chinese app," and they started showing how you had to click on, you can use your computer or use your camera and your microphone without your permission. YouTube and X and all this, that, and the other, they all make you click the boxes saying you can do this. Well, I downloaded it from the App Store and it just started playing. I didn't have to click any boxes. So maybe it was assumed on my end. I don't know, but I didn't have to click anything for that White House app. How about you?
I didn't either, but here, I hate to say this, but when it comes to all these apps, all of them, including the phone you're using, can do that at any time that wants to. So if you want to just blame one app and say, oh, no, it might take my information, well, then you're not paying attention to everything else because everything is stealing it.
Oh, my word. I mean, yeah, it's getting into the craziness, and you're going to start seeing people, being pushed one way or the other off the playing field, right? So they're going to do their best to kind of tug on people's heartstrings as far as who's good, who's bad, and whatnot, and they want to cause division and doubt, essentially, right? So I refuse to kind of go down that road, and like you said, in the end of it, in the fullness of time, things will be revealed. So no sense in sitting here bashing on people. And that's what I posted the other day. I'm like, and I'm not saying anybody is right or wrong, but I'm saying there's going to be some people out there that are wrong because people are taking sides. And essentially, when you're taking sides, you pretty much already made your mind up. You know what I mean? Like, you already made your mind up, and you're kind of going for that confirmation bias type of situation. But
that's what I try to avoid, that situation, which is why we actually had this conversation about like getting into it with other people in the movement. I don't react to anybody trying to talk shit on me or say anything about my works. Like, I don't do that. And the reason why is because those are the people that are literally trying to hurt our whole movement. So I just, fuck those people is all I can say.
Yeah, exactly, dude. People have been trying to cause division for quite a long time. And the funny thing is, it's like a lot of these people are just repeating the same stuff over and over. And so at a certain point, people need to say, like, yeah, dude, we've heard it. Like, all right, you know what I mean? Like, we've heard this stuff before.
Yep.
And oh, dude, yeah, I got some funnies. Somebody in the dude, I don't know where they make these people, dude. I don't know exactly what is going on that our country got so screwed up, bro, that we have dude, I got a link to show you, and then I got another link to show you, okay? And when I tell you the first link is hilarious, and then the second link is even more hilarious, I don't know what the hell they're doing in like a laboratory to screw these people up so badly, but here we go. You ready? I don't know if anybody's ready for this one, dude. I really don't. And I'm sure people have seen this stuff before, but here we go. You should be loading up on this screen. Here we go. Have you seen this stuff, dude? Probably blocking the screen for my folks, but quickly, is that a guy or a girl?
Hey, Atlanta, it's happening nationwide. No Kings. What does No Kings protest mean?
I think it means that the Dow is over 50,000, so that's what we should be paying attention.
That's for you guys in the chat. Is that a woman or a man?
Should do right now, okay? But really, we're sick and tired of this administration and all the wrongs that they're doing. It makes us sick. Most American people feel the same way. We need to take to the streets and do something about it. We're out here making fun of these insane people that currently have power in the White House because you have to clown fascists. They hate it. It hurts their ego, and it gets people going.
Hey, Atlanta, it's happening nationwide. No Kings. What does No?
Gosh, what Matrix? Right when you think it's like, it's bad. It's bad. It gets worse. It gets
the
worse.
person in the wheelchair, is that who you're asking about? Is it a guy or girl?
Yep. Here we go. Ready? Another 12 seconds. the hell is going on with our world, bro? Like, pinch me. Am I sleeping right now still? I think I might be sleeping.
You can see the face I'm making out through this. Holy, what the hell?
Did anybody catch this? The straight up, where was it? The straight up eyeballing that this person was doing at. Where the hell did that one go? I have to click it again. Hold on. Did you see the first one? I think it's a she. I'm not busting beans, but I think it is a she. But notice this video here. I'll turn the sound off. To me, it looks like the wheelchair person is like staring intently into the camera the whole time. I'm a little creeped out. I'm like, wait, what are you doing? Oh, wait, looked away, back over. Evil scowl. And so, yeah, I don't know that that's more, if that's just a protective to keep her in the chair or to block the chest area. But those are some pointy fingernails and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 6 faces on that gut. Tattooed on that gut.
What the hell?
Yeah, dude, this is getting bad. I don't. And that's Pam Bondi people faking to be Pam Bondi, and of course that was JD Vance. Surprised they didn't use the big fat face though. You know.
Right.
What is going on with these people, bro? Like, seriously.
I mean, of course, I easily can throw one thing at it. Would be, were these people paid to put this stupid shit together, or are these people actually this crazy? It could go either way.
Well, let's pull up. I'm just gonna randomly do this, not any part of the notes here. I'm randomly, so you guys can see here. Well, I search right here, No Kings Rally. Okay. Why is it everyone that we go to these No Kings rallies, it's a bunch of old white folks?
Yep.
Every single one. Right?
Why? Because they have no money, they're old, and they're getting paid to get out the house to do this.
Look. Senator Sanders. Listen, this is atrocious for the people of our country. Donald Trump is horrible. We need to get him out of there. Me and the rest of you 90-year-olds, we need to take this country back. It's like, dude, there are no immigrants there. There are no people of color there. It's a joke. I mean, look.
All old white people.
Come on, let's get the panorama. Let's really zoom it back. Oh.
Actually, you know who those people really are? Those are the people that were from in the 70s who were fighting against the Vietnam War, all the hippies and whatnot. That's who that is. They're all the people and kids that are coming back out.
Yep, those are all the people, the kids of the people who protested the Vietnam people coming home, the heroes coming home from war, who were sent there, basically made to go there. And then the people that, were yelling at them don't understand that apparently. But I'll wait, dude. I think there's a dark guy right here. I think.
Oh, well, we got one token black guy? Okay.
He might be Middle Eastern.
I have one.
I don't want to cast aspersions. But he might be Middle Eastern. But yeah, there's a darker guy here. But again, the sun might not be hitting his face very well. There may be a woman in a burqa right here. Maybe. But dude, this is like, it's like I'm watching a friggin' Grateful Dead concert here or something.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, and somehow, some way, the people, all continue to buy this crap, dude. I just don't get it. I don't get how they don't see the gaslighting, how they don't see, what these people are pushing and what they have been. It's like, don't they get tired of this stuff? Look at this, No Kings Rally, but communist flags are okay.
I mean, would you get tired of doing things that you got paid probably pretty good money just to go stand around and just yell? I mean, I don't know what they get paid exactly, but they get paid pretty decent money to go do it. So they're old, they need money, they got nothing else better to do. And of course, they got the kids that follow their lead, and they all get paid to go do this. So they're getting money to go stand around and stand in a crowd.
Are they going to get it? 17 hours ago. Are they going to get it? Will the Soy Boy crew, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 people kicking a gate? What do you think? I mean, that hinge looks pretty compromised already. I'm going to have to go with... Hey, you ever hear that expression? Watch it busts open. I was going to say, you ever hear the expression pissing in the wind?
Yeah.
Watch, busts wide open. They start running in there. But what gives these people the right to sit here, and why do we not have people at the fence spraying these people with pepper spray right now?
Personally, I think that's designed. Got to get these people on camera. You got to make people around the country think that there's people that are actually protesting and doing crazy stuff. Because you know what happened when Trump officially let the National Guard go out and or ICE and do their work? Everything stopped instantly. So they're allowing this to happen. That's clear as day to me.
You guys are just gonna break their friggin' feet. I'll tell you what, they're gonna have some sore legs tomorrow. This dude's already done. What are we at? 28 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Look, all right, this is 28 seconds. Here we go. Look, this dude's like, yeah, dude, that was tough.
And people wore out. Yep.
Yeah, people bust on the UFC people for gassing out after fighting for 15 hard minutes. They're like, oh, these guys are lazy. They're all tired. It's like, dude, these guys just kicked the fence for 28 seconds and they blew their wad. A little different. So yeah, dude, it's been getting absolutely out of control. And I'm trying to find a clip for you that, and of course I did it again. Oops, I keep, for some reason, I don't know why, I keep Xing out my my Rumble Studio here on my side, and I keep Xing out the post here. But did you hear what President Trump, and I think he posted it out last night as well. Our good friend Awakened Outlaw, pull him up. But dude, trying to find a post that he posts sometimes when he gets going at night, dude. Oh my goodness. Post. He's got 233,000 posts out there on Twitter already.
Whoa. Holy hell.
So you get a few 100,000 followers on X. Got to stay busy. And he's a smart guy, so he has good information posts.
I noticed a big difference over the last couple of weeks. I haven't done like nearly as many visual decodes. And when I finally got back to doing a couple of them over the last couple of days, they didn't go nowhere. Why? Because I hadn't posted much in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and
I definitely noticed it.
And actually, I wanted to see what happens here with my buddy. I'll show you guys here. He got nuked yesterday, so we need to get in touch with Elon, because this is right here. Count suspended, dude. So he got his count suspended last night, apparently. Sorry, I'm blocking his chat here. Well, he sent me, the email, and he's not been suspended multiple times on X, right? And so he was not, like I said, he's not been suspended multiple times on X. And then here's what his thing says: your account was suspended due to multiple or repeat violations of the X rules. That's all it tells you. Case is now closed and replies will not be monitored. So later on, I need to, see what folks we can get together to retag to get Elon's attention, because it's BS, dude. It's literally BS. Because guess he might have had a couple posts for a certain country out there that we are kind of keeping for last. But meanwhile, you can have Larry Loomer out there posting whatever the hell she wants on the pro side of things, right? So that could be an issue as well. And where was I going here? Okay, I got sidetracked there. Sorry. Let me see. Find this one. You're gonna like this one, and I want to hear your comments on it. Here we go. So let me play this for the folks. It's a short one. The audio is not the best because he's on Air Force One. 30 seconds ish, and here we go.
The wealthy, very, very foolish. April 2nd is a liberating day for our country. We're going to be getting back some of the wealth that very, very foolish presidents gave away because they had no clue what they were doing. And April 2nd, I would have made it April 1st, but you know what April 1st is? April Fool's Day. I figured, I don't like doing it, but I made it April 2nd. But it's a liberation day for our country because we're going to be getting back a lot of the wealth that we so foolishly gave up to other countries, including friend and foe. Yes.
Dude, there is so much in that little 30 seconds to friend and foe. We'll be getting money back from friend and foe. That's interesting. But also the April 2nd, which, according to my math is, let me pull the calendar up here. 1, 2, 3, 4 days away, bro. So how are you reading any of that? I just want to get your post. And then please, guys, let me know in the chat what you think President Trump means by April 2nd being a liberating day for our country.
All right, so it's interesting. You're bringing up April 2nd. So over this last week, for, of course, people that were at my shows, me and Oma's on show specific, you guys will actually know what I'm talking about. This whole week, I've been getting comms for a combination of days. The main days I've been getting is April 6th, another one's April 4th, and the other piece to it, which I believe was Friday night, is what we were hitting as well, was April 2nd. Weirdly enough, that you hit on that directly with him.
Interesting.
So Liberation Day. So think about this too. The shot at Butler, that graph or chart that Trump always talks about.
Oh,
He said it said that graph says he left the office of the presidency on April 1st, 2020. So him using, of course, I'm not going to use April 1st because it's April Fool's Day. You have a 6-year delta to him apparently leaving office on the day he's talking about or a day after, depending on exact dating. But I think that's incredibly interesting that April 2nd's Liberating Day, when that's going to be a 6-year delta to him leaving office. That's the delta to the sign that where he got shot, which when he got shot, since it's going back to that, what's the timestamp he got shot? 6/11. What is 6/11? 9/11 upside down. Literally. So I'm feeling a 9/11 moment coming, which of course doesn't have to mean a big false flag, but in other words, a big moment is coming. And I find that interesting because I just said 9/11. Well, drops on April 2nd. There's 9 drops on April 2nd, starting with or ending with drop number 199. And weirdly enough, about why I'm saying this is because drop 199 is one of the drops we directly hit on Friday night, and that dropped is the one that has tippy top shape in it, and it falls April 2nd.
At 991, or was it?
Yep, it's second to last drop of the day. There it is, or it is the last drop of the day. Yep, it's towards the bottom. It'll say tippy top shape. There it is. I just hit this on Friday or Thursday and Friday night. And so this is part of the April 2nd, 4th, and 6th dates that I've been getting all week long. And I just hit this, and then you brought up April 2nd. So you hit it on the head with what I already was thinking.
And did he did this again recently, right? Within the last...
Yes.
What was I trying?
Look at my typing. I have it wrote down when you said it. Let me tell you. I didn't write it down. Oh no.
Here it is. And I'm going to pull that up from Joe as well as you're going through that here. So this and Matrix, wasn't this also, besides this post, this was at like a huge rally, right? In the background that he pulled up. Isn't this what he looked over at when he got shot?
Yeah, that's the Butler one. Yeah, that's the Butler one. That's why I brought the 6/11 thing. That's the chart he had pulled up that when he the shot rang out. So
exactly. So if people look, I hate when Twitter does this. I try to make the screen bigger and it always sizes the image. Oh, got it. I can do. But if you guys can see right here, he's like, saying, look over at this chart here. And then, illegal immigration into the United States here. And then right here, Trump leaves office, lowest illegal immigration in recorded history. Well, guys, if we're being dead honest, let's go. He left in 21, right? So there's 19, there's 20.
No.
21.
That's the thing. In this chart, you got to remember COVID was going on. So on April 1st was the day that all the major, the military guys were up there in front of everybody saying it was a military op going on. Yes. And that's when he is said to have left office. And this is the chart he showed at Butler and was explaining that when he got shot. And so what it is it's April 1st, 2020 is the actual date that their arrow is pointing to right there.
Exactly. Yeah. So folks, just to be clear here, I'll put this into black so you can maybe see a little bit better. But here, so just kind of going down the line, 2019, 2020, 2021's right here. So technically, Trump would have left office like right here-ish, maybe even on this line here, where he did leave office that we're aware of, right? But this post, to Matrix's point, has a pin right here, right? And that is well ahead of when he actually left office as far as the public is aware, right? So we always kind of looked at this going, wait, what? Wait, what's he doing here? Like, wait, what does this mean? Because no, he didn't leave office till over here. And I think this is poignant, dude. And again, I don't know exactly. Do you know exactly what it means, Matrix? Because you can inform me, because I certainly don't. And again, we're in uncharted territory. So I think anybody that's going to sit here and tell you, oh, I know exactly what everything is here, this, and this, no, they're lying to you. Unless, Matrix, unless you happen to know, and I don't know.
No, I don't know. I can definitely speculate. I would say that what would make the most sense is, you know how we call Joe Biden the pause? Well, it'd make in my head, do me a favor, leave that up though too. I'm going to say something else about it. It makes more sense to me that he would leave office on the day that we're talking about. Let's just call it April 1st or 2nd, back in 2020, before the whole situation we saw with Joe Biden and the pause on, of course, January 20th of 2021, when we saw all the fencing go up and all that. We had the whole inauguration, right? Well, again, this is one of those things where I had just in my head, but there's just with the drops or the things that show up 6 months or so before that election, that literally goes a little bit further back to April 1st. So it's kind of in my same timeline, but there's a whole lot of important stuff that went on in the drops and in the time of 2020. So my theory would be, to make it very simple, is the pause would have actually started on April 1st or 2nd, 2020, not on January 2021 when Biden came into office. And so this coming April 2nd or 1st, whichever day it actually is, would actually mark the 6-year anniversary of him leaving office, right? So as far as what it means, I'm not real sure, but I think what this means is the pause started earlier than we thought. And of course, with April 2nd coming up, it's a 6-year delta to it. Maybe this is going to be one of those deltas that actually hits with something good from it. Like he left office 6 years ago, maybe this April 2nd is going to be the reverse of it. Something big happening, something good happening. I'm not 100% sure. But to me, it seems like that's when the pause actually started. And then the last piece I want to bring up about this that you showed, he posted this chart of what you just showed. The date on it was 9/17 of 24. If you go back to the drop we showed earlier to start the show, that 29-second video from Scavino, that was posted at 9/17, bro. There it is.
Oh, 9/17. 9/17. Wait, where am I going? 9/17 here. This one, right?
Yep. That there was dated 9/17 from Trump, 9/17/24, and then Scavino last night posted a 29-second video, or 2 nights ago, at 9/17. So there's a combo to that he just did.
So that's 20 right here. So every one of those lines is a year: 19, 20, 21, and then you can see. And I don't know, that's got to be December or January? Is the main line got to be January, February, March, April?
Big 1, 2, 3, 4.
There. Yep. So April would actually be right there at the tip of exactly where Matrix is saying. But then we get into 21 here. That would be January of 21, January of 22. So I'm just putting these lines up here to show you guys exactly where he should be. So this arrow should be here if we were living in a regular, normal world, which again, we're living in essentially, Lego Town here, playground.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know.
Sheriff Hector just said that JD Vance said tippy top yesterday too. I was gone all day. I saw nothing yesterday. So if he said that yesterday, that's another piece to add in. I did not hear that or know that.
Nice. F it, we'll do it live. And I'm sure somebody's got to. Yeah, and he was talking about UFOs being demons, stuff like that. Oh, okay, here we go.
Oh yeah, that's right. I do
Guess
remember
who
that
happened
part
to
of
pull
it.
it out? Our good friend, Dave at News.
Hey, Dave. Yes, sir.
Things always good stuff over there. Always good stuff. Here we go.
Times where I'm like, all right, we're going to Area 51. We're going out to New Mexico. We're going to sort of get to the bottom of this. And then the timing of the trip just didn't work out. But trust me, anybody who's curious about this, I'm more curious than anybody. And I've got 3 years of the very, very tippy top of the classification. I'm going to get to the bottom of it.
Okay, so you haven't been to Area 51.
Top of the very tippy top of the classification. I'm going to get to the bottom of it.
Okay, so you haven't been to Area 51 yet.
Holy crap.
That's pretty crazy, huh?
So we've had multiple tippy tops this week then, along with coming up on April 2nd's a tippy top Delta. So you guys all just added to my theory that the whole April 2nd through the 6th. So what's April 1st? That what, Wednesday this week? So Thursday be or is
April
it
1st
what
is
day?
Wednesday, yes.
Wednesday. Okay, so Thursday is going to be the 2nd. Okay, here's something else to give you some inside info of where my brain is and why these dates are important. So the 2nd we're talking about now. On the 4th, it's a long story short, but I have a very special calculation I think I showed you a couple of weeks ago that involved Jesse Jackson's funeral, his death, and how it connected to the drops. But the drop number that gives his death date, if you use the drop number and go from the date of the drop and go forward the amount of days the drop number is, it lands you directly on April 4th, which is the assassination date for Martin Luther King Jr. And that drop was connected to Jesse Jackson's death. So two main black leaders are connected together. And then it's the date. You know what? I don't even know off the top of my head. Type in Jesse Jackson. I could find it for you if you want me to. I can recreate it if you need me to, actually.
Oh, and Jesse Jackson. Let's.
Actually, I know how to find it too. Actually, if you go ahead and keep doing what you're doing, I'm gonna go through my I have all my tabs that are from that. I have it saved. I'll go find it real quick and pull them up, and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about, because I find what I'm talking about to be extremely important, but I couldn't tell everybody why it was important. But now that we're further along, that date seems to be getting more and more intense. So
definitely, I'm gonna read some folks in the chat what they're saying, because I want to see. And I like that Wheezy says, "Trust me." People that say "trust me," it's like when you're talking to somebody. All right, let me tell you the truth. No, lie to me. Like, what do you mean? All right, I'll tell you the truth here. No, continue to lie to me. Let's see, kind of going back here go back on the rumbles and the pills and the lives. See what the folks over here are saying on D Live. Anybody chipping in on this one? A lot of people are being suspended. Patriot Chick is saying. Well, Patriot Chick, I don't know how he left office on April 2nd or 1st, but this is Trump's own chart. This is the chart he was showing in Butler when he was shot at, and he showed it a few times. So this is not a chart.
I can tell you how it works.
Oh, sure.
No, it's not.
Matrix, just really quick. So my son has just informed me, because it's a beautiful, nice sunny day out, that he's going to need me to take him to work because he's going to get picked up. So in a couple of minutes, I'm going to need to blast out of here. If you want to take control for about 6 minutes.
That's totally fine.
That, buddy? Okay, we need to leave now, apparently. So
okay,
if you guys just give me
throw it over to me.
All right, I will let you share the screen there. Like I said, it'll take me about 6 minutes. So thankfully, I live in Rhode Island, right?
Right. Yeah, you don't got to go very far, huh?
Well, dude, when people tell me like, "Oh, I got 40 minutes," no, hell no, 40 minutes. I mean, that's a lot of people probably drive to the grocery store, but thankfully, mine's are his school and his work are basically like a mile away or less. So I'll see you guys shortly in about 6 minutes. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, Matrix. I'll be right back.
Awesome. Alrighty. So before I jump over and bring the screen back over, everybody, I'm just going to real quick. I got a couple thank yous to say as well on my end. I'm going to do that real quick. So Punk Rocker for Q, thank you for that 217 gold pills to get us started. Judy the Ladybug, thank you for that cookie. LKW Cross, thank you for a can and a set of shades. Thank you very much for that. And over on the Rumble side, we have Jules Patriot. Thank you for that $10 Rumble rant. It says drones, Air Force One, airport ground stop, Air Force One military helicopters intercepting per Stormy Joe 5 minutes ago. What? Air Force One airport ground stop. Air Force One military helicopters are intercepting per Stormy Joe. Whoa. Okay. I'll wait for Space Shot to get back before we jump into that. We'll go into that together. Thank you for that and for the info. Whoa. Okay. All right. Let's get back to where we were, though, because I don't want to get sidetracked here. So we're talking about this chart. All right, let me get this over so you guys can see. Boop, there we go. So this is what Space Shot just had up on the screen. We've been talking about this. Now I can zoom in on it. Here's your dates and whatnot. And so where the arrow lies in the April 1st/2nd date, we got to remember and go back in time for that. And remember that, of course, I'm not a guy with clips off the top, just ready to roll. But the day that we're talking about was the day when COVID was going, and we had all the military people go up in front of everybody and basically tell us directly it was what was going on. The military was basically running an op. So he didn't leave office in our eyes. He still stayed, as far as, in our eyes, he was still the president all the way through till Joe Biden's fake inauguration happened. But how do I say this? So again, if the pause starts before that, what we basically have is a military takeover in a sense. So military has been running everything. So if we move forward to this year, April 2nd, again, just being a 6-year delta, last year was the 5-year delta, this year being the 6-year delta, maybe that means with Trump pointing it out, maybe something interesting will happen. I don't know. But with that said, now I did get the tabs pulled up, how this connects to Jesse Jackson, Martin Luther King, and the dating and whatnot. How that's going to roll into play. I brought this up a few weeks ago, but now it makes more sense. Let me show you guys. Okay. So these are all the tabs I have for. Let me see what I have here. I got this. Okay. Got to see where I'm going with all this stuff here. Yep. At Prince. Okay, cool. Okay, so where all this started, I believe, since I have the USA men's stuff, I think I had this rolling first. But here's where the important part comes in. This is crazy. So right here, we have drop number 2646, January 5th, 2019. We have Trump with Jesse Jackson and of course, all the black leaders and whatnot. Now, there's something about this drop very specific that I caught that I thought was interesting. So let me go to Jesse Jackson real quick. You guys see that his death date is February 17th, 2026, 2/17. So when I went to drop 2646, I happened to notice that 2/17 is the last 3 digits of the blue number for this drop. So we have a drop that has Trump and Jesse Jackson, and we also have the date of Jesse Jackson's death inside of it. So that alone stuck out to me. And what I did with this, again, we're about to come up on the date, so I'll just show you. So what I did was I checked out the date of the drop, January 5th, 2019. And I went forward to the date in which Jesse Jackson died of 2/17. And I saw the numbers I saw kind of spoke to me, we'll just say. So here's the calculation itself. So that drop, January 5th, 2019, until the date of his death, we got exactly 2,600 days. So that number stuck out to me pretty well. So then I went forward to looking at drop number 2,600. It was a Sarah Carter thing on December 12th. I'll leave my number play games out of it because I want you guys to stay following along with me. Next thing up is Jesse Jackson's funeral, which was on Friday, March 6th, and then, of course, finished on March 7th, 2026 in Chicago, where we saw, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, and one other person, I can't remember who it was, spoke at his funeral as well. So I utilized that date as well, and I went to the funeral, again, back from the drop that shows Jesse Jackson. And when you go to his funeral, the date, it's oddly enough, 26/17 as far as the days go. So we're in the year 26, and now the funeral falls on the 17th, and this date falls on a 17. So again, I'm finding this interesting. So then I go forward with it, and of course I pull up drops with each one that I'm going through, but I'm not going to go through that part yet. Then the next piece I found that was crazy is I used that same drop, 2646, that has the 2/17 death date of Jesse Jackson, January 5th, 2019. And what I was trying to figure out is where the drop number itself was going to fall. In other words, 2,646 days after January 5th, 2019. Where will that fall? Well, it happens to fall. There's your number, 2646, which is the drop number we are using for this drop here. And the calculation starts at the drop's date. Moving forward, the exact amount of days, 2646, takes you to another black leader on 4/4/2026, which, of course, we're talking about April 2nd. I'm talking about Saturday, April 4th. So drop 2646, exactly 2646 days later, hits on Saturday, 4/4 of this year. And what date is that? That is your date of the Martin Luther King Jr. assassination date. So we have Jesse Jackson, his death, Jesse Jackson's funeral, and then the calculations for the drop with Jesse Jackson's death date. The number of the drop itself reflips itself onto Martin Luther King Jr., another prominent black leader's death. What the hell did I stumble upon? I don't have that answer, which is why I'm showing you guys this. I think they're pointing out April 4th for some reason. For what? I don't know. But look at what we're having right now. We're having no Kings rallies going on. This guy's name is Martin Luther King Jr. That's interesting. I'm thinking in my head of this stuff as I go too. So if the no Kings go next weekend, 4/4 is Martin Luther King Day, also matches up with the black leaders. The date 4/4 is also Obama's POTUS number, another prominent black leader. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that I combine with this thing. And again, we're falling on this date because drop number 2646, the date of that drop, I go ahead the exact amount of days of the drop number 2646, and it lands on that date. Again, I don't know what to do with it, but that date is very quickly coming. That is what, Thursday? No, Saturday. This date's Saturday for the 4/4. That's downright crazy. And of course, I also tried looking at Prince. That's why he was in here too, because his birthday is death date is April 21st, 2016. And I find that interesting because that right there is a 2-year delta to the Joe Biden coup d'etat in Ukraine. That happened April 21st, 2014. So again, the dates, the timing of every single thing I see is interesting as all get out. Holy crap, man. All right. But there you guys go. That's my why the 4th is so important. The 2nd falls into play because of the chart. The 4th falls into play because of what I just showed you guys, how all the black leaders and the date of 4/4 falls into the drop number itself. Then we have Easter, and the day after Easter is 4/6. 4/6 is the Iran 10 days is over with. Savannah Guthrie turns back up at NBC finally after Imam's been gone for 64 days. And then, of course, what's the other? Oh, the date being 4/6. We've been getting a ton of comms this week from the Fox crew, from Trump, from all kinds of people with the number 446. The number's 426, like the 4 to 6% that are brainwashed and lost forever. So for some reason, the 2nd, the 4th, and the 6th for this month or next month seem to be pointed at for reasons I can't tell you because I don't know. All right. Now, next thing here. I guess I probably should bring up this to you guys too. 6th. Yeah, the 6th is probably important enough to bring up. Let's do that.
Let's do that.
Pull that up. Oh, thanks, there you are. Did you? Oh, by the way, I just got done with that whole piece too. That's what I wanted you to actually see how I worked that in. Did you actually get to pay attention to this?
I did not. As soon as I get into my house is like down a hill about 15 feet off the main road. So whenever I get into my car for the first like 3 minutes, no signal.
Okay. I can make this. I can make this really easy for you because you'll be able to follow on real quick. So this is the drop right here. Okay. The drop number is 2646, and it's got Jesse Jackson and Trump in it. The blue digits right here end in 217. Jesse Jackson died on 217. So this is what starts this whole thing off.
Wow.
So here's the proof of it right here, 217. Now look at these numbers, 26, and then it's on the 17th, right? So I did the calculation. All I did was take the actual drop and went to 217 of 2026 to see what I caught. Where that led me was a number of 2,600 exactly. Again, I thought that was interesting, so I went further with it. So going further with it, his funeral was on March 6th when Obama, Kamala, and whoever the other one was that showed up at his funeral. Oh, so yeah. I did the calculation from again, the drop date to the funeral. Did that, came up with 2617. So his death's on the 17th, and then his funeral's on 2617. Interesting. Okay. So moving forward. So then I did something else, which was I went forward even further. I went to 4-4. And the reason why I went to 4-4 is because I was trying to figure something out. From this date here of drop 2646, what date would 2646 days after this drop fall? Yeah. Where did it fall? Well, I went January 5th, 2019, 2646 days later. It falls on 4-4 of 26. Well, what is 4-4? It's so 2646. It starts with a black leader, his death date. Moving forward from this date, this many days takes you to Martin Luther King Jr., another black prominent man's death date, his assassination.
Oh my God.
Not only that, the date's 4-4. What prominent black leader is POTUS number 44? Oh, Barack Obama. There's another prominent black leader I add into this. What are the odds again? Yeah. So this drop, this many days later, has a death date of a black leader. His funeral has the same numbers, a double 17 now, and the last one falls directly with another black leader, double time.
Wow. I never knew the, now I do, and I won't forget it, but I never knew the date death of Martin Luther the King, as they say.
And that's the other thing, too. And think about it. What are we having right now today? No King's protest. Next Saturday, day before Easter, is going to be the King himself, his assassination date.
And I get a funny one in a little bit later for you about no Kings as well.
Oh, you're good.
Did you see De Niro, bro? Did you see De Niro?
I saw before the show started, I saw somebody had put that up. I did not get to see it. So I semi know what you're talking about, but I don't.
Yeah. So I guess Dave's stretchy on the Friday show didn't come to fruition, right? We didn't get any notification of Prince's or King Charles' death yet.
Right.
Which, dude, I'll tell you what, there was a lot of weird things that seemed to be indicating that, though. The dog comms and then the deltas were 86 for that date, which, 86 means to remove something.
And not only that, remember this too, is I didn't show this, but all those tabs I just showed you, they were linked, and where that started from was from the USA ice hockey game. And who scored that winning goal was Jack. His number was 86.
Oh, that's crazy. And dude, that whole thing about that, like, if anybody doesn't see weirdness about that, like the Jack Hughes guy and how the Jack Hughes back in the 84 team, or was it 84, 81, whatever that was back then. 80. Okay. 80. Yeah. So yeah, the guy that just happened to be removed from that game right before the Soviet game, his name was Jack Hughes. And then X amount of years later, Jack Hughes wins the frigate. That's just crazy, dude. Crazy coincidences, right? I mean,
yes.
So regarding the the no Kings thing,
while you were gone too, somebody let me know that apparently Stormy Joe posted something out about here it is. Airport ground stop. Air Force One military helicopters are intercepting per Stormy Joe. So that happened right as soon as you walked away. I have not, because I was doing my thing. I didn't have a chance to go look into it. So that's something we might want to look at.
Interesting. And thank you, Johnson, for the $5 Rumble rant, which is a question. It says, how do I subscribe to your channel? Well, you just go here. If I I'll pull up the show here quick for you. Well, this is how I know if I gift subscriptions to other channels. It's down below, and there's a subscribe button. Let me see if I can see this on. No, I have to remove this so you guys can see. So right here down the very bottom, there would be a subscribe button. You can click on that, and then these ones, if you guys want to gift out subscriptions to other channels, or this one is Rumble Rant. So Rant, which you did there, which it's $5 to subscribe for a month. So you just gave me a $5 Rumble Rant, so I'll consider that a subscription. But that's how you would do it. If anybody wants to subscribe to any Rumble channels, it's right there. That's gifting, and that's Rumble Rant. So you just put your message on in there. But thank you for that, sir. I do appreciate that. Johnson, I don't know why I gender people, but I don't know. I figure on their names a lot of times I can get it right.
Me too, and I get it wrong half the time. So,
I mean, Johnson 354618. I'm just gonna think that's a guy. I mean, I don't know. It seems like a guy's name, but anyway. Let's pull up something fun and funny. So here we go. It doesn't want to pull up on the right screen every time when I have to drag. Here we go. All right, one more time. Where did it go? My computer is playing games. Trying to click it up. Where did you go? Dude, it is like gone. I just clicked the link and it pulled it up on the screen. Here we go. Here we go. All right, so here we go. Robbie D here. And dude, this is really bad because he was a good, the guy was a great actor, let's be honest, right? And his politics took a crap in the bed, right? And it's sad to watch this because, and apparently, dude, anybody in the chat remember, I think it was an African-American actress. Ooh, actually, I remember who it was. Anybody in the chat remember, they said Bobby De Niro had a thing for this one celebrity, one female celebrity. He was almost kind of, almost stalking to an extent at one point. Anybody remember who that is? Put it in the chat, or if you know it, Matrix. But here we go.
How can this be happening? Look at the power of the No Kings National Uprising. Look at the power of the No Kings National Uprising.
Dude. Hey, you think he's going to get an Academy Award on this one? Oh, I got to watch this again because this, in my opinion, is some of the worst I've seen ever.
Is that as loud as it could go? I could barely hear it myself.
On my side, I can boost up the sound for the viewers, but I don't know that it's going to boost it up for you. So I'm going to jack it up here a little bit here. So just try not to say much because your voice is also going to be. Here we go.
How can this be happening? Look at the power of the No Kings National Uprising. Look at the power of the No Kings National Uprising. Afraid of Trump? Please. No, they should be more afraid of us.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
How can this be happening?
Oh, you're good now. I dropped it back down. But, dude, is that like the worst piece of delivery you've ever seen in your life? Oh.
He can't even read. Who does he think he is? Gavin Newsom?
And this poor guy who's, and I'm not saying he's a poor guy, but this guy's probably paying this guy to be here. And just watch him. He's just like, oh, God. Nope, the old man's lost it. He can't even. Oh, sorry, we'll start over. You got to stay in character, Bob.
Can't read his lines, man.
I mean, dude, that is bad. I mean, did you ever see the there was one that happened along the lines, and I love these little trips down memory lane, but our other little friend that was in the drops that we talked about. Oh, what did we talk about? We talked about maybe a friend of his that may have been killed, but he had to kind of be quiet. Let me see if I can put it up. And I'm not going to play the whole thing for you guys because I won't put you guys through that. At halftime, I think it was. It was some of the cringiest things I'd ever seen. Right here. Oh no, wait, this isn't. This is probably some of the cringiest stuff I'd ever seen. Do you remember when Eminem came out in like a parking lot and basically?
But we better give Obama.
This is some of the worst I've ever seen.
Oh, that yes. The cipher. Yep.
So he comes out. All of a sudden, he's got a beard, and then he's talking about Trump, and it was like the worst delivery I've ever seen of any rap this guy's ever done in the history of his career. And he was bagging on Trump. Now, is this the same one? Because I remember them being in the parking lot, sitting on cars and stuff. He's talking about Obama.
So, yeah, this is okay. So this how they claim this to be. Now, again, when it comes to Eminem, I have multiple theories, but with this specific here, this is supposed to be a freestyle. This was not written down, so this is why it didn't sound that great. But again, that's the thing. So then let's go to conspiracy side. This could also be the timing in which Eminem was replaced when suddenly Eminem went from blonde hair, clean-shaven face to dark hair, dark beard, and just a slightly different style. It sounds just like him, but it doesn't. It doesn't look right. He doesn't look right. I don't know, but he's in the drops, and that date's coming, I think, on the 6th as well when he's in the drops, the date we're talking about.
All these celebrities.
Yeah. And
It's
the one Eminem is in is on, I think it's on April 6th is one of the ones he's in. There's March 20th. There, is it April? No, I'm wrong on April 6th. I'm saying that because I actually had that come up this week. It's let me see.
Chameleon. She's a chameleon. That's who she is.
Oh, you know what it was? That's why I'm thinking it. The day Mueller died. Pause right there. This is the day Mueller died, March 20th. That's the drop he's in. That's why. So Mueller died on March 20th. Boom. And so Mueller died. That is the Republican Party's anniversary, and it's also Barron Trump's birthday. That's the drops with all these people in it. So
isn't that crazy,
and
dude?
Eminem is specific.
How this one girl plays the different roles. Like, she was clearly crafted to do something. Like, you dress this way for this type of guy, right? And then you dress this way for this type of guy. Euro trash outfit with the leather with the leather skirt. And then I wear the wife beater with the hip hop guys, and then the glasses and the do-rag with P. Diddy. Oh, look at I am 14 here. Bakun Penchugal says, "Oh, prime age." Scummy scumbags.
Scroll up just a hair. Eminem, what's she say for that one? 18, 17.
17 or 16, ... What does that mean? Would you say she looks older here? Or she looks older here? Chat, what do you guys think? I know you can't really see this one so good, but what would be your guess? Which one is older? And actually, maybe we can tell because this is 2012 on the date. I'm going to say by looks, she looks younger with Eminem. I don't know. 2012 here. This post 14. Is from 2014. So if that's right, if she says 14 here in 2012 and then 2 years later, 16, that would be correct. But to me, she looked like she was younger here, and maybe that's just the outfit. But
yeah,
again,
it's the outfit probably.
Scummy people with, going out and hanging out. I mean, you got a full-grown man here. This guy's looking at her butt, and she's 14, and then he's with her. Yep. But she is the ultimate chameleon that she portrays herself to be all these different people. But yeah, dude, I've never seen Eminem in a freestyle or otherwise mess up, period, ever once. Never, except for this one.
But we better give Obama props, because what we got in office now's a kamikaze that'll probably cause a nuclear holocaust. And while the drama pops and he waits for to quiet down, he'll just gas his plane up and fly around till the bombing stops. But we better give...
And that was actually the fixed version of that, because he messed up and then started over again. So
but we
whoever did that, Rap Daily Edits, yeah, they edited it because he started rapping, then he's like, ugh. Then he starts over again and does it again. So these folks,
freestyle.
Yeah, dude, it's not good. But let's see. No Kings, dude, right? Listen to this dude, and I'm sure you're glued to Fox News. You probably heard this already this week, but let's see. Hopefully, it sounds loud enough.
And that silence that you're speaking about is a reflection of the partisanship of all these organizations that are there. I did the numbers, and there are about 500 organizations that were behind the No Kings protests. They want to call it grassroots. It's 100% AstroTurf. There are well-intentioned people that you walked among who came out, but the command and control was from these 500 groups with, get this, a $3 billion budget collectively. And where does their political influence, their political contributions, and their, individual employee donations go, but mostly to the Democratic Party. And that's why we see this silence. And unfortunately, they pull their punches on the issues that matter to you, for example, that you just cited, because that would mean turning against the Democratic politicians that they're trying to keep in power.
Oh my goodness, dude. Why do people why do we have to scream this from the rooftops over and over again, dude? You want to, can anybody clue me in on that one? I don't get it, dude.
Why? Because we have an entire planet or realm that's been brainwashed for all these years. And there's a certain percentage, we claim to be 4 to 6, seems to be a little bit more than that are brainwashed forever. So I think what we're seeing here is as we're winning right now, what are they doing? They're utilizing, oh, Iran's the reason why we need to protest. Every time Trump does something that the people that side doesn't like, they protest. So to me, it's one of those things where we're part of the movie. As we get further along in the movie, every time the left does something or has a protest about something, it gets just more and more retarded. It legitimately does. They have the dumbest reasons. And so we have a No Kings protest going on. And what do we have? A whole bunch of old ass white people and their children there getting paid by Soros and all those other places and whatnot to do all this stuff. And we sit back, we're just like, this is so stupid. But what does it do to the normies that see it and think it's stupid? It gets their emotions going. It gets them emotionally involved. It makes them want to do something. Now, you can go both sides of the spectrum. You get some that say, I want to go help them. And then you have a lot of us that are saying these people are stupid. Well, that's building more and more and more as we go along in this movie. And I'm seeing it happen and I'm loving it because it's helping wake people up. It doesn't help that we're having problems like this and places are getting, people getting hurt, places getting burned down and all that. Yeah, that sucks. But there's going to be collateral damage to doing this movie. That's why Q told us to keep your head on a swivel, stay vigilant. So, because at any point in this movie, you could become a character that gets hurt. You don't know. You have no clue. So seeing all this, I think it's getting people involved in both directions. The bad people are getting pulled out to the light. And of course, we're also getting the people that are sitting here on our side that don't know what's going on to start seeing things. That's kind of just how I see it. They're getting crazier and crazier. While you have that pulled up, since that number there is 500, she said 500. 500 was one of my numbers for the week. Go ahead and drop 500 real quick. I mean, I got it all week long. DEFCON 1, 4/10/20, Fire and Fury, 9 states of class ready go live, 34 commands live command, codes command action, non-nuclear, 1 owl 1 U. Every single day last week we hit that.
Ooh, I got something for you on that one, buddy. Let's see.
Go for it.
This was kind of obscure. I put it aside and I was like, something's telling me, and I did look up the other post on this one. Where is it? And Department of the Interior. Did you see that post the other day? Maybe it goes somewhere, maybe it doesn't. I don't know.
The owls.
U.S. Department of the Interior. Who let the kids out? Who? 3 young burrowing owls pop out of an artificial burrow while an adult gives them a watchful side glance at Sunny Bono Salton Sea National Wildlife Refuge in California. Photo by Wendy Miller. Cute, huh? 1040. I don't know which post you said that one was. 500. Let's see. What was that? God, it probably was the last one right here. 10:40 a.m. So it would be 10:40, right? Yeah, I checked owls and I looked up the owl post, but I don't think it's. This is probably just Oh,
look at the date! Look at the date! April 6th, bro.
Day after Easter. Here we go. QAnon Trump conspiracy.
That's the 10 days for Iran too.
Is that the 10 days is up that date?
The day after Easter.
Well, if you listen to some people, we're getting our tails kicked left and right. And let me pull you up something here. You got idiotic people posting out stupid stuff, in my opinion, like, I don't know, this. You show me what the problem with this issue is here. Let me pull this up here, guys.
This is more footage yet again of the F-18 yesterday that was intercepted by Iranian air defense.
Now, notice he said intercepted, okay? And notice the clickbait, and you'll probably see my comment in here. Hit. Nice clickbait. F-18 hit by Iranian air defenses. Best footage. Click here, guys. You want to see this? The F-18 get hit. Okay?
This is more footage yet again of the F-18 yesterday that was intercepted by Iranian air defenses, and now it's all captured in 4K. I'll slow this down so we can see it better. The F-18 was banking into the direction of the missile that was fired from a MANPAD, a manned portable air defense system. And if we take a look at these last few frames, we can see that it exploded right behind the F-18, which is normal considering these generally use approximately.
Really? Let's let him finish, and I'll get back on his butt.
Which is normal considering these generally use a proximity fuse, but luckily for the pilot, if it did cause damage, it wasn't enough to make the jet unflyable. This is more.
So this is just clickbait bullshit for the people that are out there that are like, oh, see, we're getting our butts kicked left and right. Look, this F-18 was just hit. Dude, that could have been, that explosion for the proximity could have been 1,000 feet away from this plane. We have no idea. I mean, look at this.
Perspective.
Right? We have no idea how far that thing was from that thing. And clearly, there was no damage done to the plane. It flew right away. It's like, oh, no, it looks like it hit it. And he claims it hit. Right? But this is just BS, BS clickbait stuff for the people that want to be like, oh, see, Trump's putting our guys in this danger and it's bad, it's bad, bad, bad. It's all bad for us. Like, how much of that stuff is real? If we're seeing this, when I can clearly exhibit for you that these people are full of shart. I don't like it. I don't like it.
I would think if they hit the back of that plane with something, it would do some form of damage. It did nothing.
And somebody got it in the chat, and they actually sent a little Rumble rant over. So I'm going to pull up that answer really quick for you guys. I've not watched this one here, so let me...
Protecting Whitney. It details how Welsh-born Roberts looked after the singer before their friendship came to an abrupt end. Roberts was hired...
All right, we're going to go forward here. Somebody was smitten with Whitney Houston.
The Raging Bull star was no match for Houston's mother, singer Cissy Houston. She called him up, Roberts claimed. She told him to stop it, stop making a fool out of himself. And when Cissy Houston says stop it, you stop it. That was...
So there's many clips of Whitney Houston out there saying like, yeah, Robert De Niro, he was chasing me for a long time. Oh, interesting. So he was after Whitney as well. Yeah,
I did not know that.
I just thought it was funny. You know, he's such a, I mean, he was such a great actor, dude. And, you know, why do you have to let politics get in the middle of everything? And Defont says, I remember De Niro got in it with Bobby Brown over Whitney Houston when I was in middle school, not long after Goodfellas and after Whitney sang National Anthem at Super Bowl XX in Tampa. Dude, that was a bananas. And I actually, don't ask me why, I don't know. Just kind of, perusing through things as I, consume social media like a crack addict consumes crack. But I was watching a little clip on that national anthem that she did. Do you know she didn't even rehearse for that thing? Not even one time?
No, I had no idea, actually. What?
She did not even rehearse the national anthem that she, by all accounts, is one of the best ones like to ever been done, essentially, right? She never recorded, she never practiced it once. And the beats, if anybody knows about music, I'm not, that into knowing about notes and stuff, but they said like the beat on, say, the national anthem is, X amount of beats, but then they wanted to make it a little bit longer so she could kind of do her flourishes in the middle and stuff like that. And so the band was really concerned that they wanted to do this many different beats from the norm. They were like, this is going to sound horrible. And so I think it was her brother. That's actually the story I was watching. I was watching a story on her and her family and basically them growing up and stuff. But one of her brothers was basically like her road manager. And he had all the information about the beats and was like, listen, we need to come in here. We need to kind of, rehearse this stuff. And she's like, all right, what's it? And then so she listened to a recording of the band playing it at that speed. And because he's like, listen, we need to go rehearse this. Like, the show's coming up in a couple of hours. And she's like, well, do you have the recording? He's like, yeah. And she's like, all right, let me see it. So she put on the headphones. She listened to the recording once and she handed it back to him. She went, we're okay, baby. And he's like, what? We're okay? He's like, yeah. And he's like totally stressed out to the max that she's not rehearsed it. And then she comes out and knocks it out of the park. So I just thought that was crazy. Wow. Crazy little story that never even rehearsed it. Imagine that, dude.
Oh, I've never heard that before. And I've seen that national anthem 100 times over the years too. So that's amazing, actually. But that goes to show how good she was. I mean, the other people were nervous. She didn't care about it. I mean, she was that damn good.
Definitely was. Can I play Shadow Band at the end? Debbie's passing along a message. Do I have it loaded? Yeah, I could play it. I could probably pull it up on one of the other platforms that it's on. I used to have it loaded into my OBS, and if I did that, then Matrix wouldn't be able to hear it. Did you ever hear me sing a song, Matrix?
Whoa, what?
Maybe we should take a few minutes and do this now.
No, yeah, what? I I don't sing myself, so that's funny. What?
I'm not really a singer either, dude. But and the funny thing is, we sang a song called Shadow Band. Severe ended up writing my side of the lyrics for me. That's why I call him my ghostwriter. And the funny thing is that like we're singing how they can't shadow ban us, and it's like, well, they did shadow ban us, and they did kick us off the internet. So.
Oh, I didn't no idea you did that. I know all about Severe's music. Wait a minute. If I've heard this song before and had no clue you were on it, I'm gonna be mad.
Let's see.
That's so funny. I know Severe's music real well.
Up here, if I can find it. Oh, I didn't spell it right. Right, that's a live stream. Unfortunately, I don't know where Jason was a Gentile. He was the guy who has the higher voice. Really good voice too. I really don't know what he's been doing lately, but here's the song, buddy. This one right here. So educating liberals took a anti-Trump dump about a year after this one. That's from what I'm hearing, the same from him recently, and I don't know what Jason's been doing lately, to be honest with you.
What?
Yeah, and yeah, Michelle the Bean, she gave people chills singing that anthem. Absolutely legit and epic. Deserved the fame she had. Sad what happened to her. And do you guys know too about Britney Spears, about Whitney Houston? What is? I'd be interested to see what people in the chat think about why she got into drugs. Why did she start doing cocaine and stuff like that? Does anybody in the chat know? Or do you remember at all, Matrix?
You know,
I think
I'm trying to think here because I watched a biography thing about her, but I'll be honest with you, I can't remember for the life of me what the reasons were. I can't remember almost any details of it, so I'll just say no because I don't remember. But I've seen stuff all about her life before, so you'll have to remind me.
yeah, she was. So a lot of people will say like, oh, well, she got mixed up with Bobby Brown, and then he was a crackhead and whatnot. And I think it was actually her that brought that stuff to him, and because she was into some stuff for a while, and she was even in that documentary they talk about her family. Like one of her brothers gave her a rolled marijuana joint when she was 9. So gives you a little idea of what was going on in her life. But I think it was actually her that actually brought the stuff, and maybe she did, maybe she didn't, I don't know, to Bobby or not. I'm not 100% sure. This is interesting. Thank you for the, was that a Rumble rant or is that I think it's a regular Rumble rant for $50 from Driver63. But I'm not understanding the message. It says I6 space Y. I6 space Y. I don't know if you meant to do that. If you want to clarify that message, just leave another message. Don't have to leave a Rumble rant. I don't know if that was something I'm supposed to decode or not, dude.
Looking at it right now. I6Y.
I6Y. And then Johnson 354618 dropped another $2 Rumble rant. Says, I think I figured it out. I did subscribe. Thank you for all the great content on every show you do. I appreciate that, Johnson. That's why I'm playing Mr. Mom here. Playing Mr. Mom from home. So yeah, Driver 63, if that was a decode, I don't know if I'll be able to get it. If it's a clarifying message, just leave it down the bottom and I'll read it in a minute. Don't have to leave another Rumble rant, but I do greatly appreciate that. Let's play a little bit of music for the folks here since it was requested. I know some of the folks like it here. Hopefully some of the folks don't hate it in here. But let's see. So this was, dude, I don't even remember when this was, 2019? 6 years ago. So 2019, November 11th, dude. So,
wow.
I come in maybe like a minute and a half. I only got one series of beats. Make sure we're not blocking anything for the chat. Here we go. Oh, here we go.
We don't say no. Dear
Jack, why you shadow banning me? Afraid that I'm exposing all your lies inside my tweets? Deep state enemies who hate our country's sovereignty can't stand the messages I speak. That's why you try to silence me, and I get it. Yeah, you're allergic to the truth, but what else can you do when you got nothing left to lose? Try to shut me down, but I'll come back stronger until the evil is conquered. You are creating a monster, and that's real.
I see through the nonsense and the Twitter games. You got a guilty conscience and should be ashamed. The way that you treat us all should be the same. If you let my Twitter rock, it would be in flames. But instead you put conservatives up in the cage. Now we fight back against your bullying ways. You kicked a sleeping giant and put me in a rage. Bad move, now I'm all in, fully engaged.
They try to shadow ban me, but they can shut me down, down, down. They try to shadow ban me, but I will not close my mouth. They try to shadow ban me, but they can shut me down, down, down. They try to shadow ban me. Listen, but that'll only make me get more loud. Me, but you're digging your grave, cause now the people who are sleeping are becoming awake.
I just let the rhythm break through the algorithm, lyrical venom. My brother, this is how we get 'em.
Space shot coming at you, bringing the truth. And I bet you didn't know that I've been up in the booth. And all I do is report on legitimate news. Exactly why they always try to limit my views. Don't get it confused, I'm always gonna bring it to you. They can't shut me down, I'll never give them the tools. I'm in the guidelines, so I'm never breaking their rules. They try to sideline us, watch how we shaking these fools. They try to shadow ban me, but they can shut me down, down, down. They try to shadow ban me, but I will not close my mouth. They try to shadow ban me, but they can shut me down, down, down. They try to shadow ban me. Listen, but that'll only make me get more loud. Shadow ban me, but they can shut me down, down, down. They try to shadow ban me. Listen, but that'll only make me get more loud.
Well, that was it.
Holy crap, because I've heard that song several times and never realized that was you in that song. Oh my lord.
Yeah, that was an old one. That was an oldie. There was another couple good ones they did. Bree provided the graphics, and there was one dude, that was actually one called Venezuela, where remember the time when they were like literally eating dogs out of the trash cans? Yeah, it was they were talking about, I remember Dylan saying in the part, like, you know, we don't want to be eating dogs like Venezuela.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, man.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty good one there. But yeah, that was 7 years old, guys. And guess what they did? That was 2019, so they waited about another year, and then they just removed us all from the friggin' internet. You can't shadow ban me, but you can pull me right off the friggin' right off the interwebs, no problem whatsoever.
Wow. That's crazy. I had no clue you were in that.
Yeah, no, it's that was my one and only foray into music. You know, if I can find another writer for more music, you know, going forward, maybe I would, but you know, and weird, I get like the tingles just listening to that, dude. Like it's brings me down to memory lane. You know what I mean? Very interesting.
That's awesome. What's funny too is with my voice. I mean, I hear it all the time. People always say something about my voice. People think I'm a singer. Nope. I know I have the voice to be able to, but I am the furthest person that will ever sing a note out of my mouth.
You do like some nice country stuff, man. How about that? Some
that's the thing. That's the thing, though. I grew up listening to country because my dad forced it on me. But growing up, I hated country because my dad was forcing it on me. I grew up listening to, sadly, rap. I grew up with 90. It was the 90s was so I'm what 10 years or not quite 10 years younger. I was born in 85. So when I started getting into music, it was mid 90s, basically. But before that point, my dad had forced all the, well, Queen I still like, but like Queen and then country music was his big stuff. He played Johnny Cash and all that stuff too. But my dad was a country guy. So my thing now is, now that I'm older, I know with my voice, I could actually probably have a decent country singer voice because of the way my voice is. But nope, I will not. You couldn't pay me to get up in front of people to do karaoke. You couldn't do it.
Really?
Could not do it. Nope. Nope. I can talk your ear off for days, but I will not sing.
What about singing? So you people in the chat too, I know we covered it last week. There's that Afro Man song, that Afro Man lawsuit where the guy got his house raided, and he made a song about like lemon pound cake, his mother's lemon pound cake. And so he had a song back in the day, But I Got High. I don't know if it was called Cause I Got High or But I Got High, but
because I got high.
Yeah, so it basically says I was gonna go to work, but then I got high. I was gonna do this and that, but I got high. Well, what would you think if somebody you know, maybe on a podcast with right now, and 3 of his friends sang that karaoke at his work dinner?
Okay, I won't lie. You get me drunk enough, that'd be one of the songs I'd probably actually get up and sing. Because I'm not singing, shit-faced. I'm just going with the whole place, you know.
We were shit-faced.
Okay, there's one other song that I wouldn't get up on the mic and do, but there is another song I sing along with at karaoke. At a bar, sitting at a bar, by Rehab.
By Rehab?
Yep, Rehab. It's called Sitting at a Bar. Sitting at a bar on the inside, waiting for my parole on the outside. When I got home, it was 6 a.m. The door was locked, so I kicked it in. That song, every time I went to karaoke, that would be sung 2 or 3 times, and the entire place would be singing it together. That was like the best song when I went to karaoke's.
Dude, that's bad. Yeah. How do we not arrest certain people immediately, Matrix? And I'm gonna pose you a scenario here really quickly. I don't know. You got people, and here's the problem. Rather than calling the police nowadays, look at this. Put the sound down so we don't have to listen to it, but rather than people picking up a phone and calling the police, kill your local ICE agent is what's being spray painted on a wall. Like, why do we not have people just immediately ripping this, looks like probably a woman, I don't know, right off the friggin', maybe, I don't know, but man, woman, I don't know, but rip them right off and throw their ass right in jail. First off, you're tagging, somebody's property there, and then you're insinuating the utmost of violence in a 187, which is obviously the KILL. So like this type of stuff, right? I could not have imagined this type of stuff going on in America when I was growing up in the early 80s. I could not have fathomed that we were going to see these type of people do like the what's the word, anarchy type of stuff. It's crazy, dude. And and here, I don't know why it brings it to my attention too, but you remember that whole the anonymous account, anonymous official, and
Mm-hmm.
Well, they got an account on YouTube, guys, now as well, and somebody shared some stuff with me a few weeks ago, and I'm like, wait, now they got commercials on there, and they're selling, like, I thought they were like anti-authoritarian, and it's just like this big thing where it's a big BS racket, dude, and I don't understand how they allow these people to get away with this stuff. Now, with that in mind, you do have Bill Asaley here, right here. Federal crime. Anyone knows who this person is, please let us know. Well, maybe, Bill, if you put in, like, I don't know, $500, finder's fee or something like that. Right. This person probably would friggin' call on this person. You know what I mean? You need to make it so these people have fear about doing something illegal, because the way I see it is they don't right now whatsoever.
No, they don't. And I've been thinking about this for a while. Me and Omazon talk about this stuff, like why things are allowed to happen. Now, I don't know if they have the answer to it, but at the same time, are they allowing people that are willing to do the bad things to come out and do the bad things? And what I mean by that is, with all the technology we got, everybody has phones. They're able to track people. They do the geolocation stuff on all the phones, which we know they did in LA when they were doing the riots a few months back. So are they allowing people to come out and, let's say, organize together, possibly be getting paid for this stuff, and they're actually getting all these people's information as they're doing this stuff and getting, being in the middle of all the illegal activity, and then I guess maybe when the time comes up and you get a knock at your front door and they caught you doing all this other stuff over the last so many years that you were at this protest, you did this, you did that. Is it possible that's what they're doing? I don't know, but we've speculated that with me and Omazon is. Yeah, they're mapping out everything. And it's by allowing these people to come together and do stuff in an area, how do they communicate with each other with their phones? So you put the Q drones or whatever drone exactly they use for that stuff, you collect all that information, you know, if every single person where they're at and what they're saying. So my brain goes to that way, you know, the situation seems better because that's what seems to be happening. Because when they're going into, was it in Oregon or whatever, and they're going to the ICE facilities, they just let them do stuff over and over and over until suddenly Trump has to go, okay, we're sending the National Guard. What happens? Boom, it's all over with. So here they are again. They're back out doing it again. So what are we going to have? It's going to have to get bad enough to where most likely Trump's going to have to say something about it, and we were going to bring in the National Guard or whoever it may be. So I think it's just a setup for more situations to come, basically. And geolocating, you know, make sure you get all these people that, what they do in LA? They did 3 emergency alert tests in LA while they had like their geolocating on. So basically everybody that was in LA in those riots, they turned on this thing, they sent out the emergency alert or for whatever kind they did. So every single person's phone goes off. Boom, right there. They had every single person. That's what I think they're doing for all these situations. But again, that's just my theory.
Antifa mapping. And did you hear what we covered it yesterday, and how me and Hulk only got to 21 on the leaderboard, I don't know. We had 612 thumbs up and 2 thumbs downs. So that was interesting. But I actually was going to do this for a second to show you. And you might want to be aware of this as well too, brother. There is, and this is actually kind of a, what do they call this? A public service announcement for folks.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Beware of this, dude. And I want to thank Tron actually the other day for reminding me. And actually, let me go back to another show. And I don't know if it'll find it on Hulk's show or not. We'll see. But it's been almost every single show. I'm going to pull it over here onto the screen here and show you guys. So here's me and Hulk's show yesterday. I'm just going into the comments just to see. And the show before this, it's gone because I already reported him. If you guys see me in the chat, first off, just so you know, guys, I never write like paragraphs ever in the chat, right? If you see something like this long, it's never going to be me. I generally like a comment, like a sentence or 2 maybe. But what they're doing is you have somebody who puts a post up here and then says, it's like Spaceshot 76, and it looks just like my name, but it's not me, right? And so, yeah, and they're like saying, oh, hey, you know, and you know, acting really nice and whatever, and then saying, oh, hey, why don't you come over and join me on my Telegram? And so I look at the Telegram app, and it was a link for, you guys know that money guy Bob Kudla? It was a fake Telegram for a fake Bob Kudla. And I'm like, oh wait, Bob Kudla's faking my crap now? Like, are you kidding me? So yeah, every show, guys, if you see in the chat, just beware of these people because it's not me, and I'm not telling you guys to go anywhere outside of these platforms. Like, oh hey, come see me on Telegram. I just don't want you guys falling for somebody because the name does look similar. It'll be like Spaceshot 76 and then like a period or something like that. So if somebody looks at it quick, they're going to see it and go, oh, that's Spaceshot. All right, let me join him on this Telegram. And so, guys, all my links for my specific channels are always in all of the description boxes in Pilled, in Rumble, in not DLive, I can't do it, in Pilled, the Foxhole, and YouTube. Pilled, Foxhole, YouTube, and Rumble. All the same. I keep saying Pilled and Foxhole, but it's essentially the same thing.
Yeah.
So just beware out there, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, and I can't find it because I already reported it and it removed it.
Okay, well, with you saying that, I don't have that much issue with people doing that with me, but I will say this. I've heard this from people for my name. Again, you'll find my links on all my stuff directly. I won't get a hold of you for anything. If I do, you'll know it's actually me. But there's one place I do know that apparently there's fake me's running around is on Facebook. I am not on Facebook at all. I was banned back in 2020. I never got back on, and I am not on Facebook. So if you see anything about me in any way, shape, or form on Facebook, that is not Matrix Codebreaker. I promise you that.
It's bad. And of course, they're only looking to scam you, find patriots out there. So don't let them fall for it.
And that's something else too. Is I'll know if it's not me, because if they're ever asking for money in any way, shape, or form, it's not me. Because anybody that's been following me in my shows for a long time, I've never once asked for donations or money of any kind for any situation. I don't do that. So if they're asking you for money, you definitely know they're not me.
Yeah, we'll take it, but we're not asking for it.
Right. Well, like I say on my show, it's much appreciated, but it's never expected.
Exactly. We understand how things are out there and how crazy times are right now as well.
Yep.
Let me see. Dude, this was I posted I reposted this out yesterday, but this is going back till all the way to the 19th, dude. But I'm wondering, where were all these things under Obama and Biden? Well, I don't even want to say that, but like, say the previous administrations before Trump. Do you ever remember getting like, oh, X amount of traffickers were just arrested, or X amount of kids were just saved? I don't remember seeing any of that stuff under any previous administration. But we got 5 members of a sex trafficking ring sentenced to 120 years in prison, dude. 120 years. And guess what? That's like the least, right? You should be getting, in my opinion, worse. If it's no questions asked, like there's no doubt about it, they did it, they should be taken care of immediately, if you understand what I'm saying. I think you do. But dude, we are getting progress, and a lot of it on this stuff. And I mean, I remember 7,500 here and 2,000 there, and Operation, I don't even remember the names of those things, but it was a multi-year operation in his first term where there was people left and right. So we're seeing so many more of these, dude. And I never got to share this with you, dude. I had Ghost on last week, and I'd like to hear, because I love to hear all people's different perspectives and whatnot. Where is it? So with Ghost last week came Armando Gonzalez, and he has a channel on Rumble as well. Very interesting stuff. And so he was showing, if I can find the stupid link, it might be a few back here. He was showing you remember how we went into Venezuela and we took out, his dudes, and then we killed the Cubans as well? We killed the...
Talking about Maduro or what?
Yeah, we're talking about Maduro's bodyguards, which happened to be Cubans.
Okay.
So did you ever see the video of them returning the bodies back to Cuba?
The miniature boxes that are not normal sized people?
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know. Yeah. Were they incinerated or turned to dust, or were they midgets?
Returning, if I can, Cubans. Yeah, so I'll pull this up and for the folks, just so they can see. So as we were doing this, right, we were doing the show, Alberto says, I always want to say that. Armando says, I think these guys were eviscerated, turned to dust, right? And then he said, but it was only the Cubans. Only the Cuban security guards were turned to dust. And apparently they didn't do it with any of the other, say, Venezuelan people that were there as well. So again, without having to listen to the sound, does that look like a typical size of a human body remains?
No. And okay, well, putting a little thought into it, remember the weapons they said they used, those like sound weapons and whatnot?
Discombobulator.
Yeah, exactly. So of course we know they have that and other weapons. And we heard through the grapevine that they use weapons we had not really seen before. So depending on which weapon they use, it kind of makes sense they were eviscerated into nothing. Because even the sound weapons can technically, if they're done right, can blow you up. So it's crazy. It might maybe sounding, but if they use sound weapons of some sort or frequency weapons, then it kind of makes sense in a way. They turn it up too high, you can just melt somebody almost.
That's it. I mean, right? We've learned from kind of going into the COVID stuff, and we've learned about the effects of 5G and certain waves, right? The more the more you go up with that, what does it do? It makes your blood boil, and it makes like the fluids in your body start to boil, right? So, if that's at like say a 3 or a 4, if you crank that up to like, I don't know, an 8 or a 9, poof, you probably turn people into dust like that. And it's amazing that nobody seems to mention anything. And what I did was I looked for explanations, and the explanation that I heard was, oh, they were cremated. Well, so I went and searched on that. Were the Cubans cremated in Venezuela? And by all accounts, they were not.
Okay.
So,
no fake contract on my side says maybe the bodies burned in the fires of the buildings, and that's all that was left was ash. Number one, I'll say, okay, maybe that's possible, but I don't think a building burns hot enough to burn bone into ash, because you have to be in a literal incinerator for that. And two, only the Cubans got turned to dust and not the Venezuelans. So that's the part of it that kind of bugs me. Like, how is that possible? I don't know, but the weapon sounds right, but why only the Cubans?
Right.
That's what I don't get. Yeah, or maybe saying Cuba's next, because that's kind of what was next, is in the line of the narrative was Cuba's next. We had Venezuela, and we have Iran, and what they've been saying is Cuba would be next. So now that I know this, that happened in Venezuela, only the Cubans got hit. Maybe they were telling us even back then that Cuba was one of the ones that was coming up next. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much in the fog of war too, and of course they're going to have to BS here and there, right? And maybe Trump's going to say some things to, manipulate the oil market and the gas market, so we're not paying, $15 a gallon. Maybe some of that's going on here and there, but the fog of war is always going to be murky, and people are not going to genuinely know what's going on. And I've used the example, like, I can kind of hear sometimes when my neighbors get loud, but I can't tell you exactly what's going on in the house over there. But similarly, I cannot tell you exactly what's going on in the Middle East because I'm not there. And they can fake so many different things. And just like we saw with that video earlier, oh, look, F-18 was hit. And it's like that thing could have been 500 feet from the thing. And clearly it took no damage. So we're being bombarded with fake stories, I would say, on both sides. But I would say the deep state is hitting us with many more than, say, than our side is. You know what I mean? Like people that maybe have turned black-pilled or pretended to be Republicans that are now trying to take people off the playing field, because guess what? Midterms are coming, and that's what they're going to try to do.
Yeah. Quick question for you. When was this? This is posted by the New York Times. What was the date and time this got posted? Can you tell that?
Months ago. I don't know if it gives you a thing on here.
January 15th is the date in it, but it's okay. If you don't, that's no big deal. I was going to say there's 32 citizens that were killed. So what I did was I did something simple. I pulled up drop 32. It says maybe one day, but it cannot go slow. The initial wave will be fast and meaningful. It will send a signal to others immediately, and you'll see the tide turn. Not even the mainstream media can hide, and rest assured, some will be jailed as deep cover agents. So I'm just trying to find any kind of linkage to these eviscerated people.
Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, and here's something to the point of this, right? I've said it before, and I'm going to stand on this soapbox, which is President Trump has not given me any reason to not give him the benefit of the doubt and some leeway and some leash room, right, to kind of go off on the leash here. And so for the people that are just kind of saying like, no, they're lying, it's bullshit, this, that, and the other, don't really got time for that stuff right now. I don't really have time. But here's a little clipper of what Marco is saying, and it's only 40 seconds, but he's saying specifically about Cuba. And Armando the other day when we were on last Friday was saying the exact same thing. He says there is so much disinformation coming out of Cuba. You guys have no idea what's really going on. And so I'll find the link to his channel. I'll drop it out there because he has family from there as well, and many contacts in Cuba that they have a better idea of what's going on than mainstream media by far.
Isn't the CIA main headquarters located in Cuba?
Might be. I don't know.
I think it is. No, yeah, I think it really is.
Supposed to be Langley, Virginia, right?
No, there's no. Maybe there's a CIA something in Cuba. Maybe it's FBI. Somebody in the chat will probably know. Going off the top of my head. Something major of the CIA or FBI is located in Cuba. I think it's CIA though. So you guys in chat probably know better than me. I'm going off memory. I think there's a major link to CIA to Cuba. Like I'm positive about that. I'll look it up. Did you just go quiet?
Am I muted? I'm friggin' over here talking to the mic. Sorry,
yeah.
guys. Yeah, I'm just reading stuff. I'm like reading on Cuba. I'm like, yeah, no, Cuba is, and I'm like, FBI can't be in Cuba because that's technically not the homeland.
Yep, it's something with CIA. Bay of Pigs invasion of 61. There's something I came across over the time we've been in Q that led me to something major with the CIA, maybe the CIA building that's in Cuba, something along those lines. There's something in Cuba that has something to do with CIA. I'm positive. I just don't remember what the heck it is.
Talking about the thing where they told Kennedy that we're going to fake killing people and then send in basically Cubans and make it look like they're American soldiers, but they were going to do it, I think, with remote control planes.
Nope. Buster 67, the IRS. That's who it is. Is it IRS?
Yes.
That's who it is. Now, okay, so sorry, it wasn't CIA, my fault. It was IRS. There was somebody in major in the Cuba. That's what it is. Thank you, Buster 67. And also Gitmo is also there as well, but the IRS is the one I was talking about.
Yeah. Removed from blacklist as of March 1st, 2016. This ruling removed Cuba as list of countries under IRC, allowing taxpayers to claim credits for taxes paid to Cuba. So yes, but yeah, I mean the whole thing with the IRS and the Treasury and stuff, and we've talked about, I'm sure you've talked about it ad nauseum on your channel as well about Trump going to be signing the dollar alongside of Besant, which we've never seen in the history of the world, right? We've never seen that, or in the history of the United States. No president has signed, unless a president later became treasurer that I'm not aware of. But no, I looked it up, and there's no presidents on the signatures of what we say, regular notes. Released notes. Yeah, not like obviously, because you have somebody sent me a $2 bill of President Trump, and it's got it doesn't look like a regular $2 bill, but then again, it's actually genuine tender, right? You could actually use it if you wanted to waste it, even though it's worth as a collector item a little bit more than that.
Yep.
So yeah, dude, there's a lot of BS that they're pushing out there on this stuff. What else did I want to put out here? I think a lot of people are this. Hold on. I wanted to, because I got your opinion earlier on the Flynn thing, on the Flynn side of things.
People are in chat. Sorry, people in chat are fixing this. IRS is Puerto Rico, actually.
There you go. Hey, it's south of the nation, but it's still not in technically our country. Well, is Puerto Rico?
Yeah. Again, I was going off memory, guys. So there's something special about Cuba. There's something special there that I was hit on a while back. It's been years, so I'm just trying to go off memory. So yeah, IRS is Puerto Rico. Gitmo is in Cuba. I do know that, or on the side of it. So
yeah, absolutely bananas. Right. I would like to get your opinion on this one too, because let's just see. Gotta say, I want to pull this one up here. So I'm not going to let you see my comment to it. Maybe you heard me talk about it, but breaking: Kash Patel's hacked email reveals that he was a PRN addict under the username Spider Cash. Now let me give you a little bit more info on here. Apparently, he signed up on January 6th of 2020. He had nothing better to do on January 6th of 2020. And there was another clip that I saw. It said like the last time that he had logged in, it said like it was like yesterday. Creation date January. So this one says January 5th, 2020. And there was another one that I saw that said like the last time he was signed in was like yesterday at the post. So that was a few days ago. So with that in mind, the general, he's got 260,000 followers. He doesn't follow anybody, but he's posting out this. What say you on this one? And anybody in the chat, I'd love to hear your comments on.
Okay, no, I actually did not hear you guys talk about any of this at all. I have not. This very specific thing I haven't heard up till you just showed it to me.
Really?
So the very first thing I think of is the fact that it was started on January 6th already speaks volumes to me that it's fake. It would make sense if somebody would make a fake profile of him to utilize it against him later on. But the odds of it being on January 6th, that's just ridiculous. That alone just tells me there's a problem with this.
Right? Doesn't seem plausible to me. I mean, and I don't
And
want
not
to
only
sway
that,
people in the chat, but go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
it's now it said on your one thing January 5th, right? They had even had a timestamp. Click that one real quick. The
sorry,
right
which
side
one?
one. The right side picture.
Okay, yeah.
It says 2300, January 5th at 11 p.m. exactly on the dot. They made this.
Username Spider Cash. So he's
I
got a
don't
pretty
think
well-known
so.
name of being Cash with a K, right? Like,
yeah.
So I look at it and I'm like, well, okay, so he's gonna actually make us a porn account. He's gonna pay for a porn account, put a credit card on file, and he's in intelligence, or he's the friggin' FBI director. He was on the National Security Council, worked at the friggin' Pentagon, and he's just gonna make some name with his very well named KASH in there at the end while he's just starting to date this country girl.
Yeah, no,
So
that doesn't sound right. There was, by the way, there's a guy who's been on Fox a whole lot recently. I think the name, I don't know the guy's name, I can't remember it, but he wrote a book called The Spider Web. And because of that, him being on Fox over the last month or so, he's on like 3 times. Every time he came on, I kept going back to the spider drops and whatnot. So oddly enough, it's weird how Spider Cash, and I literally inside the last month was getting spider comms, literally. That's interesting, but I don't connect it to Cash at all. So it is a big spider web that we're looking at. So
yeah, funny. So yeah, I said, for me, I'm calling absolute BS on this one. And this is from both Grok and Chat GPT. They gave me basically the same answer, so I just put them into one. Because they both basically said, no, this claim is not verified, and it looks like classic troll bait mixing real hack with fabricated smut detail. And I said, first off, he made a porn account and put his well-known name Cash in the screen name. Didn't have any resources to make a fake named account. That I'm not taking any sides on all this crap. Y'all can have a blast, but when the smoke clears and people are dead wrong about their allegations, I'll be able to sleep at night knowing I wasn't calling innocent people criminals or perverts or whatever you want to say here. But on both sides,
you worded that perfect. Yeah, you worded that perfectly too. That's my thing too. Is I don't like trying to make claims. I know somebody's on this side or that side because we've had the fog of war so bad with so many different people. Q told us be careful who you follow. I like that with Michael Flynn. General Michael Flynn, I am on the side that he is a good guy, but because of all the crap that's out there and I don't know what the hell is real and what's not anymore, I keep myself on the good side, but I still see all the stuff the other people say. And for the longest time, it had my head messed up and I was not sure, but I never made allegations about it. That's the whole thing. It's like I just have my brain going, holy crap, what if this is real? What if this is real? What if that's real? I don't know. So it's like, that's the thing. That's the fog of war has killed me too. I was like, you guys are like, oh, he's a good decoder. He might know. I get confused just as much as all of y'all. I have no idea on some of these people.
Dude, I mean, if people could, see my chats and stuff, you would see kind of a similar thing from me as well. I would also shade on the side of good, right? But then also, why would nobody else of authority is making any comments on this, right? It's like they're seemingly just kind of declining to comment on it. And nobody's, of course, asking President Trump about it publicly. Oh, hey, your former national security advisors are basically battling it out with each other, or your current FBI director's girlfriend went after your former national security advisor. Any comment? And like, you'd figure maybe somebody would ask about that, but maybe it's not on their priority list. I don't know.
Did this information come out from the hackers from Iran? Is that what that was from? Is that where this info came out?
I guess what they're saying is this did come out, but again, it's not a government phone. Apparently, what they allegedly hacked was like his Gmail or something like that.
Yes, right.
So it's not his, iPhone or his work, phone or whatever. But yeah, it's it's getting fun, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
But the fog of war is real, guys, and to that point, right? And so to some of the things that we can say, right? Like, that might look shady on either side. Was that allowed or was that made to happen to further something that we're going to be doing here? You know what I mean? Like, we don't know if certain people were told to go get close to certain people, act like you are A, B, or C to certain people. Like, we have no idea. And the folks that are out there telling you, like, I know for sure Cash is a piece of crap, 100%. Like, no, they don't know. And people that say, yeah, I know he's clean as the day is, like, dude, I've said it for years. I'm like, either Cash has a little bit of a sniffle problem or he's got a year-round friggin' pollen allergy. I don't know. You tell me. But that dude sniffs a little bit more, you know, almost as much as Hunter Biden as far as I see. So I've said that for years. I'm not saying, you know, maybe he does have an allergy, you know, a little sniffly. The nose doesn't look too straight, and maybe, you know, like me, he got popped in the nose when he was 18 and has a little bit of sinus issues here and there, you know.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I had quite a few days like that too, where if people were listening with headphones on, they'd be thinking I'm sitting there snorting coke over here. And it's like, yeah, 'cause, you know, if that happens. So, but yeah, it's whatever. It's like how I look at it is Cash is doing his job. He was put there for a reason. He's part of the show. So no matter what they throw at him or throw at us to go against him, it's not going to work, at least in my eyes, unless President Trump himself comes out and says something about Cash and says he's in trouble for something, then I'm not going to believe anything I hear about
it. Yeah, and it's like I said, the dust settles. We'll cover it as accurately as we can. And Dawn Lou 2001, thank you for the $5 Rumble rant. Says, I feel the need for a high five. Thanks for all you do. Appreciate that, Dawn Lou. Appreciate you. So yeah, dude, it's gonna, you know, what do they say too? The more we continue, the more wild it gets, so the more unbelievable it becomes.
Yep.
So I think that fog of war part is gonna get even more crazy as we go, bro. I really do. We'll see. You know, we'll see how it goes out here. Let's see, Matrix. Want to blast one of these Rumble wallet deals out here, quick?
Sure, we can.
Right, Rumble wallet. And it
Go
seems like
for it.
that's the only one that seems to work for me all the time is Rumble Wallet, which is great too because again, you can people can donate. You don't have to just, you know, use that Rumble Wallet to donate. You can actually use it as your own crypto wallet, and then you can use it to, you know, to do things with outside of just here on Rumble. So just so you guys are aware of that, I think it's a pretty cool little asset. So all right, I'm gonna click in that really quick, Matrix. Let me know when you are all set, sir.
All set.
Alrighty then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's a little inside scoop that many creators are talking about behind the scenes and even on live streams right now. It's actually one of the reasons I'm using Rumble. They made a way to super chat creators so we get paid immediately and without any fees. YouTube and Twitch take up to 50% of the fees when you tip the creators, and this method takes none. That's right, the platform takes 0 fees. I keep 100% of what you send me. You can super chat with Bitcoin, Tether USD, or even Tether Gold stablecoins. The tip will show up directly in our Rumble chat, which I'll do my best to read. And all you need to do is download the Rumble wallet on the App Store and send the tips to your favorite creators. Head over to wallet.rumble.com, or you can download it at the App Store directly. Seriously, what an amazing way to get rid of the middleman and help the creator economy. And shout out to Rumble for making this disruptive technology available. Boom. They need to fix that a little bit. They gotta have their script writers fix it a little bit, because it tells you like, hey, go download it. Go download it at the App Store, and then it gives you the address, and then it says again, you can go down to the App Store and download it. So I had to kind of creatively read that as we go. Now, Matrix, I don't know what you've gotten into this week. I don't know if you have a bunch of Foxcoms, but I got stuff where we can keep going along. So every week, I always want to make sure we do give you some time that if you do want to do anything that you wanted to show the folks, we can get into that as well. But otherwise, we can keep rocking and rolling right along. Dealer's choice.
Let's say this. We started the show. I brought up my main piece that I wanted to talk about, which was JFK Jr. We already hit on my crazy math problem that lands on Assassination Day. So considering we kind of already hit my main decodes, I think I'm okay for us to keep going. There's only one thing I just want to at least point out is, and just say out loud, we've had a lot of comms come up recently. I want to just say out loud that I feel like Huma Abedin's going to be coming into play here soon. Just in the last couple of weeks, we've got, a lot of comms. I'm holding my notes up from the week. On Monday, Ha 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 was brought into play. Last Friday, the Friday before, we had Jessica actually say Ha Ha Ha. And then I think Tuesday or Wednesday this week, one of the days on Fox News, they showed somebody on Capitol Hill talking, and her first name was H.A., and that was it. Her first name was Ha. by itself. So with all that, I just want to point out, I feel like Huma Abedin is going to be coming into the picture here fairly soon. Since we already hit all my other decodes, that's all I'm going to say. I think that's really, really interesting.
What do you make of Jessica Tarlov? Because I mean, she's playing an actor, or she's genuinely a lib. That is that her, or is she playing that person?
Me and Omazon talk about this all the time. I know them very well. Me and Omazon have this conversation all the time. So she is a 100% for sure reading her 4 a.m. talking points. Does she really truly believe the things she says? Sometimes I do believe she does, but because she is a very heavy comm giver. I've said this on many times on my shows too. It's like, I can't stand her voice. I don't like listening to her talk. But if you do not listen to her talk, you will miss every comm for the show. She's the one that gave me the take the L. She's the one that said, ha, ha, ha. She gives the comms like you would not believe. So she is a character that we're meant to hate and want to choke. But she is actually a very, very, very good comm giver as far as the Fox crew goes. So I can't stand her, but every time she's on, I know I'm going to get good information from her. No, sorry, not good information. Good comms from her. Her information is hell.
Good comms. So yes. some of this stuff I need to gotta be. Have you seen a lot of these things? What are you making of John Solomon here? He's making a lot of posts, and some people are putting like older posts, whatever, but he's been very active in the last, say, month or two. And he keeps saying like, oh, wait, we're getting all this stuff declassed. It's about to come out. And next 10 days, we're going to start seeing this. But yet we've not seen it kind of coming out yet.
Well, let's say this. Remember the calculation I did started off with 2,600 was the first number I gave you guys?
Jesse Jackson, yep.
Yes. All right. And then I also brought up how I think the timelines we're in, now that we're in 2026, it equals 2018.
Yeah, and a lot of the deltas seem to be coming up now versus
Yes. Yes. Now, in that calculation I gave you, the first two digits of that calculation was 26. Just do me one quick favor. Pull up the drops and pull up drop number 2626. Because this came up for us multiple times this week, because on Fox News this week, we had Sean Hannity, we had John Solomon on Sean Hannity, and then we had Sarah Carter going to Will Smith, or Will Kane show. The drop 2626, what year are we currently in? 26, and I believe 26 represents 2018. This drop says, the clock is ticking. When will the first alarm ring? We also had Kevin McCarthy and Kevin Cork on the shows on Friday and Thursday. They are our clock givers. If the Senate was the primary target, major control, 53-47 active when. EO designated targets active when. That hit just this last couple weeks too, yes.
Yep.
Ongoing investigations, and here's the important part. There are a lot of sealed indictments said by Sarah Carter. It's all going to come out, Uranium One, dossier, Clinton Foundation, etc. Sean Hannity. I have pretty good sources. Sean Hannity. And then all three people we had on the show this week, there's a reason why Sean Hannity, Sarah Carter, and John Solomon are on stage Q. This dropped 2626. Let me just, over on my side, I'm just look at the calculations real quick and see where 2626 falls on that calculation. So I can tell you exactly the date that hit. It is, I gotta go to.
Forced to contort in a variety of ways.
So 2626, as far as the days go, hit on March 15th. So literally 14 days ago. Okay, so how am I saying this? So the calculation I used earlier, I used that same calculation and utilized this drop number instead of the drop number I had before, which was 2646. 20 digits off. So my point is this right here is inside of my calculation that also falls inside the dating I do, which is the 2018, 2026. The calculation has the numbers built into it. And then this drop, all the people inside the drop have been inside of Fox News for us inside this same timeline that we're talking about this.
2626 is the year.
Yeah. Yes. So everything to me just points to this year, and it represents 2018. Now, here's one thing else. I brought up to you earlier. We talked about Butler. There was a timestamp of a shot being 6/11.
Yeah.
Look at the timestamp of this drop. Oh, funny. 6/11, and it's also got a 25 seconds. 6/11/25. That'd be a date last year, just a month before, or a month before the anniversary of him being shot in Butler.
I mean, dude, yeah, it's crazy, and he's been, we haven't seen much of Sarah Carter, as much. She's been covering a lot of the stuff on the border in the last couple of years, and some of the trafficking stuff as well. But yeah, it's been more Hannity and John Solomon, but he's absolutely been there. And this was the link that was connected to this drop here. Hearing leaves the far right's conspiracy theorists wanting. As Mueller's investigations widened and snared more members of Trump's team, conspiracy theories of Trump loyalists have been forced to contort in a variety of ways. Because I mean, dude, when it comes down to it, right? At the end of the day, you can only really look at it in two different ways. Because people go, well, General Flynn didn't know he should have had himself an attorney there with him, and it's like, all right, well, either he knew he should have had an attorney with him, and he played right into the bad guy's, hands. Or he knew he should have had an attorney with him, and then he later pled guilty to something he didn't do, so he could take that rubber bullet that the posts later talk about. And what's a rubber bullet? It's a bullet that's not a genuine bullet, that doesn't really hurt you or kill you. Was he harmed? Absolutely. But again, what was the end result of his plea deal? You remember the plea deal he had to sign? He had to say that he had to, I love this, he had to bring to the special counsel and the DOJ information on, quote, any crimes he is aware of. Any crimes.
That was it. So it was discovery is what it was.
So what do they say? Who knows where the bodies are buried? Right? And again, I've had that same, and maybe Matrix, maybe it was supposed to be like this the whole way. Maybe he was supposed to be that kind of gray guy, and maybe he is rubbing elbows with some of these people that I wouldn't generally think he would be, like, that Madame, whatever, that blonde lady, the Madame who was like Heidi Fleiss's ex-friend there. It's like, was he genuinely rubbing elbows as, co-equal business people, or was he getting close to them to get information on what they're doing, right? So you can look at this many different ways. And again, I don't have the knowledge or the facts on any of it, and I don't think anybody does right now, to say with 100% certainty, yes, bad guy, or solid 100% good guy, right? And but like you, I do shade towards the good guy side, and I could be found to be wrong. I don't know, but I'm not gonna cast aspersions on something I'm not 100% solid on. I mean, that would just make you a piece of crap, essentially, right?
Correct. Now, what again, interesting is this whole thing. So the calculation I just brought up to you landed on May 15th. So utilizing this drop here, look what we see in the drop. You have Flynn and who? Mueller. So my calculation went to March 15th. 5 days later, Mueller dies, and in the same week, Flynn gets 1 million. So we have both their names right here inside the timeline I'm talking about, and both people had stuff happen to them inside that same timeline. What are the odds of that?
That one of those coincidental timelines again?
And it's dropped 2626 of all things. What I just been talking about.
Yeah, 2626 this year.
I'm telling you, man, my theories on the calculations and where the timeline runs is starting to freak me out. How on point it's becoming.
Yeah. And now, dude,
I'm not date fagging either. I'm just saying the timelines of the 28, what they told us in 2018. If you put that in the context of 2026, it's suddenly lining up so perfect. It's disgusting.
Yeah,
what the hell?
And I've said this many times, okay? The one that I was crying like a baby, I'll never get cued. Well, I finally got cued on Father's Day in 2020. And again, anybody in the chat, let me know what was going on in June of 2020. That was, and I remember I was on vacation. It was Father's Day. I was on vacation, soaking up the sun, plugged my phone in. Went back to my phone. I had like 75 notifications all over the place. Twitter, text messages. Dude. I'm like, what? All right. So again, June of 2020, everything's kind of going along good, right? It's before we all got ripped off the internet. It's before Trump went away. What was going on? This is the question I have for Matrix and anybody in the chat. What was going on in 2018, 2019, whatever? What I'm saying back then in general, 2020. Sometimes you can't tell the public the truth. You must show them. Only then will people find the will to change. So we understand what that is. But then this part, It had to be this way. Sorry, it had to be this way. Not another 4-year election. God wins. Wait, what? Sometimes you can't tell them it had to be. What was going so bad that it had to be this way back then? That's my question. And I don't have a good answer for that. So I don't know if you do, but I'm going to be looking at the chat as well.
June 2020, you said this is?
Yes, sir. June of 2020. That post I think was
Lord.
June 19th. I think my post was June.
Okay.
June 21st. Wait, what the hell?
Well, that just means it's within a 3-day span, though, so that makes sense. One drop, you drop, they drop.
Oh, okay. They dropped after. I'm thinking, okay, I thought it was the other way around. Like, how did they drop before me? Okay, so yeah, that was it. January. I posted it on the 20th. They came back on the 21st, which I think was Father's Day that year. But again, peaceful summer of love, reality seen on TV, murder, violence. People are awake to the truth. Seeing is believing. The age of social media killed their ability to fully control. You can't censor the world. You are the majority. But again, what was going on in the world at that point where it was saying, oh, sorry, had to be this way?
Well, I got you here. This makes sense to me.
Okay.
So think about what we just talked. Think about what we talked about earlier. What did we start the show with? Well, not start the show with, but we were on the chart. He left office in April of 2020. Then the riot started up with George Floyd a month and a half later, while Trump's already gone from office. So the pause didn't start, like I said earlier in the show, when Biden came in. It started on April 1st. This was the first 2 months of him being out of office. And the military took over, because that's now suddenly the timeline just clicked together by you doing this. If he said this in June, if that's 2 months after April, that's 2 months after the whole chart said he left, when the military started taking control, and this shows up. This is why it says it had to be this way, not another 4-year election, because he didn't quote unquote win it. He was already gone. Biden got put in. We were on the pause, and now he's back. And that anniversary for 6 years is coming up. That's why he's talking about April 2nd again. Yeah, well, suddenly it just all clicks together.
Well, you got to think too. From back then, we didn't know about some of the things that were going on, and actually, some of the chat's actually helping. And this is right up your alley, so you'll have to verify this. But Bamlo says, Matrix, that May 15th, 2025 was exactly, this is how it's written, it says, was exactly 8,000 space 600 and then, and 47, let me move out of the way, 47 days from 9/11. May 15th, 2025 was exactly 8,000, then it says space 600, and 47 days from 9/11.
8647. So that's your James Comey seashells thing.
A seashell. Now, when was that post? Did he post that on May 15th?
Yeah, I don't know, but but by you saying that though, that's what Comey did. He posted 8647 with the seashells on the beach. Those are the same digits.
I like these live dig stuff. Maybe we should do like pick one show and we'll just say, what do you guys want to dig on today? Let's go dig into this today. Oh, dude, this is funny. I actually posted this. Bamlo, you reading my chats, my old tweets? I said, anybody find it odd? Now, this is me posting this May 20th, 2025. Anyone find it odd that the first thing Maria did with Cash and Dan was talk about 9/11? 24 years old, and it's not September. I'll also remind you that this interview was largely about Comey and crew. Oh, and also, Comey posted 8647 exactly 8,647 days after 9/11.
There it is.
Oh, and the drops on 9/11 of 20 from the team had Comey and Brennan's names stacked like towers. All coincidence, or are we leading somewhere? Thoughts? Well, that's to you, Matrix.
And there you go. That's what I'm saying. That aligns again with all the stuff. What? On.
So again, dude, right? This is what is it? It's May of 25. Okay, so just put this into context, folks. May of 2025. We're not near September. There's no September 11th or whatever memorial, anything that they're talking about. National Police Week comes up, but here's the first thing she talks about.
And I saw the honor wall, and I want to walk past that with you. I unfortunately was on Wall Street on 9/11, and my heart goes out to the families who've lost their loved ones. Dan?
Yeah, 9/11. I was an agent on 9/11 with the Secret Service, and I just remember, as you probably do, even from the media perspective, the chaos. Remember, nothing worked like we thought it was going to work. So the director and I, we've both been deeply inspired, obviously, as everyone in America was, by tragic, horrible incident. But I know when Cash and I are sitting there in the morning, that is the single motivating factor for us, is keep the homeland safe.
And I saw the honor.
Right? I just find it interesting, the first thing that they talked about. And I don't think it's going away, bro. I really don't. And I'm going to actually, I'm gonna play a short for you that, I don't know if you know, but have you been doing any shorts this month for Rumble Premium? They said they'll give us a little bonus if you get 30 out this month.
I have not been accepted into the Rumble program yet.
Those sons of bitches. Okay, so
it's still waiting, so.
See here, I'm going to mute this just in case it comes up here. But I posted this yesterday. Probably not the best of posts, but let's see. Kind of blast these suckers out here. If I unmute it, it might. Here, let me make sure. Okay, we should be good. Here we go. Start it over. How's it going, my fellow world patriots? Just revisiting this post from President Donald Trump on December 30th, 2025. Windmills are killing all of our beautiful bald eagles. Well, first off, that ain't America. Second off, that ain't a bald eagle. I mean, you can see it ain't bald. It's got feathers all over it, right? So I had to do a little test with it. Windmills are killing all of our beautiful bald eagles. And you see in the bottom right corner there, 9/11. 20, can't really read it, right? Well, let's click the whole image. Well, if I zoom in on that part, it's still 9/11/20 is all you can make out. So where does your mind go? Mine goes to 9/11, 2001, and the towers. Okay, interesting idea. And then here we go to my pinned comment. Testing, shrug emoji, peace symbol. So what I was doing was seeing, did President Trump need to post that image like that? Is there some weird stuff with the way it processes on True Social? Well, turns out the answer is no. There you go, guys. The whole image right there. And as shown, 9/11/2017. So, dude, the way he posted that on True Social with the image essentially scrubbed off. So, like, right here is what we saw. Was like the line was maybe a little bit more over. You couldn't really see the O too well, but you could basically, gather that it was the O. So you didn't see any of this stuff. He didn't need to crop that photo like that, right? And he didn't need to say it was, America and it's doing this. And then we find out that it's a Israeli Falcon and it's in Israel. I mean, did your head go where my head went on that one?
Yes and no. My head's going in multiple directions, literally. I'm trying to do a little math here too, based on what I'm looking at. I'm looking at your screen. Hang on.
Windmill. Still on the picture. Doorway of the window. That's a 13. And I did look at the post too. 1536 doesn't go anywhere if that's where you're going.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Now you just unlocked something for me.
I love it.
Do me a favor. Is that the whole? Pull up the full picture of that you have in there of the eagle.
Hold on. Let me actually get you the actual president post. Pull up here. Let me get it quick. Here. Bald. All right, here's the actual original post from True Social from President Trump, and I'll click on the image so you guys can see. That's the image he uploaded fully right here. So why? Why would you do that when you don't need...
Yeah, pull your full one up now.
So we'll just do it like this. We'll go to mine because it's my pinned comment. Go.
Yeah, pop that open. Let me get a screenshot of that now. Okay.
He didn't need to trim that image. Well, basically, my point is he didn't need to trim that image to get the full image in there. And that's what I thought originally. Like, okay, because I notice sometimes I'll upload images to True Social and they'll be, they won't be cropped exactly right. So I'm like, maybe that was the reason he needed to do that. But in my opinion, there's no reason he needed to make that image into that.
Right.
And
I'm
what,
still searching as you're talking.
And what does this tell
Ooh.
you guys, folks? So in the chat, did your guys' head go where my head went on this one? So I want to see. Look above the doorway, the number 13 on the side also. Above the doorway, it's like a vent. That's a light. That's a light. That's a speaker. A vent. That's a round circle. Some Hebrew or Israeli writing. But no eagles on that thing that I can see.
I
think the B thing, gelatin explosive installations in towers will be exposed soon. Cartoon drawings of blowing up the towers showing people screaming and falling, burning schematics. Sell the bean. Not sure. Bamlo, windmills are killing bald eagles. Isn't that illegal in America? Yeah, I think it's an illegal. I think it's even illegal in Rhode Island. I don't know about your guys' state to kill a praying mantis.
What? Really?
Yeah, you can't kill a praying mantis in Rhode Island.
I'm over here digging right now, like if we're talking. So,
protected in Rhode Island. Oh wait, not anymore. Praying mantises are not protected anymore. Belief that they are accompanied by a fine is an urban legend. Don't tell me I've been spouting an urban legend for 20 years. Most mantises are in Rhode Island are invasive, which can threaten local. I was told that as a little dude. I was told that as a little kid. Can't hurt those things. You go to jail. I was spouting out BS for so many years, and I had no idea. Great.
Let me grab the screen here. I think what you just unlocked something for me.
Hey, it's kind of what I do, bro. Let me get the okay. First to take. Yeah, that's what I think. I think my strong point is injecting random thoughts during live streams that people go, "Oh, you just opened something up." Like I have that happen all the time. that's
my
specialty.
Here's Trump's version, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we've already deduced like they're cutting stuff out. So let's look at the whole thing. So first things first, there's 7 windmills, it looks like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, there's 8 windmills. There's 8 windmills. Okay, so where I'm going with this is totally separate, though. So there's 2 things. It's not in America. It's not a bald eagle, but he said it was. Posted this on 9/11/2017. So the first thing that catches my attention is one of the arrest dates for Hillary Clinton this would be a 1-year delta to it. So that's interesting by itself. 9/11/2016 is when Hillary was put in the back of that van. And then the other piece of this is the fact that this is before the first Q drop. So my first thought is to go, how many days before the first Q drop? And what I came up with, holy crap. So by the way, when this was written, he would have been the 45th president. And he'd have been on his day number 234 of his presidency. But if you go from this date to the first Q drop, what are the odds that it's 47 days or 1 month, 17 days before the first Q drop?
Holy shiza.
Are you kidding me? And then if you want to have fun with numbers, if you want to do this, you can go 47 plus the 1 gives you 48, 17. Now, why am I doing that? What did I show you earlier that they just showed us? 48, 17. So this here is 47 days with a 17. I'm taking the 1 plus 47 is 48, 17. It literally just randomly aligns with stuff. But going back to what I'm talking about, 47 days before first Q drop. And it's also got a 17 built into it.
And I don't think they randomly pick these images either, right? Like, I don't think, because they could have taken that image or they could have taken that screenshot from that camera at any point. But they waited till it happened to be actually on 9/11.
And they had it like this, right? So where you couldn't see it down here at the bottom. It looked like you didn't know what year it was, right?
Yeah, so I mean, when my mind reads, I mean 9/11/20, and then my brain fills in the rest with 2001. I mean, that's a very well-known date. So if you show I think if you were to show 100 Americans that, and you would say, what date do you think that is? They're probably going to go with, 9/11/2001.
Yep.
Would be my guess, or what it makes, what it makes you feel like. And that's kind of how I go on a lot of things, Matrix, is like, you remember the post from the White House the other day when it had the phone and then the speaker? Well, it made me feel like I'm feeling very emergency broadcast alerty.
Yep.
And then this
very
makes
much.
me feel very much like 9/11. So it's just how it makes me feel and what makes me kind of go towards.
Well, I have one more piece of this I'll add in to see what you think about this. You said Trump posted this on December 30th, 2025? I think that's what you said when you were reading it. Yeah, I think it's what you said.
December 30th, 2025. Yes.
Okay, so that means 31st, first, second. Okay, wow. Okay, well, we've gotten a lot of comms for the number 4 recently, specifically through my channel. If this would be 4 days before what I'm about to say, but so up here we have the 13. Most people would say 13 colonies or 13 families. But if Trump posted this 4 days later, the date is 1/3, and that's the date we caught Maduro.
Oh, shit.
So
How many days
that
later?
adds another layer. 4.
Oh, God. 4 days later after this, we picked up Maduro. And again, nobody in the world did ish about it, period.
Right. Now, I'll show you this, though, too, just so you guys see what I'm doing over here. The timestamp on that picture was 1536. It's on June 17th with a double 17, a 17 here and 89 to end. 1717, Jesus. It's got this. Happy Father's Day. What did you just bring up about Father's Day, bro? That you got cute on Father's Day. We're on the show together. I pull up Father's Day.
Oh, God. Isn't that crazy?
Uh-huh. And the other drop that goes to this, so the picture has 1536 is down here in the corner, so people see what I'm looking at. I'm using the timestamp, but then that's military time, so we also got to do 336 as well. So I'm just seeing what was in here when we did this. Back to our December 12th date, which you showed us earlier. We had a 12/12.
Jeez.
Why must be isolated away from 2016 election? This. Oh, we have a 404 page not found. They just created a brand new White House app.
Yeah, that's cool.
Very interesting. Okay,
Been
just
much
wanted to see
time on
where
it?
it went. No, I downloaded it, looked around, and then just hopped back off. I have it, but yeah, that's interesting as hell. That's 47 days before the first Q drop, and it's 4 days before that date where Maduro's caught. I find that interesting. All right.
Later. For sure. Sorry, just responding to some. And guys, I don't know. I've talked in the past. I don't know if I've mentioned to you, Matrix, maybe or maybe not, but let me get this. Sure, it's a little better. There we go. Should be better on sound there. Sorry, my mic discipline's not the best, but my mic holder will help that. Keep it right in front of my face. But I've talked in the past about a guy named Chris from New Hampshire and Massachusetts that was kind of totally screwed over by the Child Protective Services deal. Have I ever discussed that with you?
Yes, I think you have.
So here's the really good news about that. He's going to be getting his parole soon for good behavior, this, that, and the other, and time served. And the kid was completely railroaded. But here's the best part of it. The guy, there's going to be a guy, they're going to be, his girlfriend's going to be going on a show soon. And she said they're going to send me an email so I can cover it. April 15th is a Wednesday at 8 p.m. It's going to be Insight and Rescue the Forsters are going to be having this guy named Toby, who is a reporter for the New York Post, who's actually going to be writing about it. And he said the article will be written before that, and so they'll let us kind of cover that as well. But yeah, dude, he got completely railroaded, and just to make a very long story short, he basically had a relationship or maybe a one-night stand. I don't know how long he was going out with this one chick, but they did the horizontal mambo, and a year or so later, he bumped into one of her friends and says, "Oh, do you know such and such had a kid and it's your kid?" And he's like, "What?" And so he just found out about it. And, "Oh, yeah, she just got arrested." And he's like, "What?" So basically, your kid's at DCYF. So remember, he was a parent that is not charged, and he's not known to be a parent of the child just yet, right? So you go there and you do the DNA test. And now the second that they said, "Yes, that is your daughter, here's your DNA," it should have been no questions asked. "Here is your daughter. Have a nice life. Pat on the shoulder. See you later." That should have been the end of the story. What happened with him? No. They said, "Oh, because he looks like he's like us. He looks younger. You know what I mean? He doesn't. He's a business owner. He owns a house, and so they told him, no, you need to move. You need to get a different place, and it has to be this many bedrooms, and this has to be done, and you have to get this." And so they're making him run through hoops or jump through hoops to basically receive his own child, right? And at the end of the day, within like 2 days, he did everything that they wanted. He got a new place, got it all furnished, and they were like, "Oh my God, that was quick." And so after that, they were doing these things like, "Oh, you haven't seen her, so we're going to introduce you, and you're going to have a person there and whatnot, this, that, and the other." And he's recording what is supposed to be him and his own daughter. And so he's recording the room, and they're supposed to bring the daughter in. And the lady comes in, she's like, "All right, we're going to bring in, Janine, and she's the whatever that's going to familiarize. Oh, you can't be recording in here." And he's like, "What do you mean? I'm like meeting my daughter for the first time here." And so they got him on like such BS, and then they started doing all this crap to him and basically not wanting to give the kid. And dude, for their own statistics, Child Protective Services own statistics nationwide state 8 out of every 10 kids that are in Child Protective Services don't have a genuine reason to be there. How screwed up is that, dude? So he got completely railroaded by judges, by his own attorney, who was just a piece of crap at the end of the day, who didn't follow through with certain things. They put it this way: they called him a racist. He's a white dude. He's got a big, thick beard, right? So he looks like hillbilly racist. Well, turns out his best friend's black, and guess what they showed at the trial? They showed a picture of him with 2 or 3 other white dudes with beards, and they conveniently cropped out his best friend, who's African American, right next to him. And they brought that up during the case, and they were like, "Yeah, and didn't you crop that image out, and you cropped his best friend who's black out of it?" Yes. Like, and so many things. So we're going to be covering that, and in my opinion, this kid needs to be a multimillionaire by the time this stuff is over for what they did to him, and that will never repair the time that he's been in jail now for almost, about a year. And they basically got him because he sent an email to the Child Protective Services woman. You ever hear the song, it's R. Kelly and Jay-Z, it's "Jigga Kelly Not Guilty, Jigga Kelly"? He sent her the song. And then in the song, they talk about guns. So she didn't go to the part where, "Oh, I'm not guilty," because guess what? They tried to raid him. They tried to, what do they call that when they send the police? They swatted him. They swatted him, saying that there was somebody in his house. He got swatted. Then a police officer that showed up said that he hit the officer. He had to go to court for that one, which they had to bring out the body cam footage to ultimately find out, no, he never even touched the cop. Actually, the cop pushed him, and the cop admitted to it, and so he got off on that. And so they were literally setting him up to get him arrested so he wouldn't get his own kid out. This is how bad Child Protective Services has become in the United States. And none of this is, like, every bit of what I just told you is exactly how it happened. I've seen the police reports. I've seen footage of him getting swatted. I've seen him responding to it. And so, yeah, he admits that, yeah, he should have never reached out to the email. And now he has to go before a thing to get bailed out, or to get, what do you call it? You have to go parole. You have to go before a parole board. And I said, dude, how's that conversation going to go? You know you didn't do anything wrong, but you have to sit there and tell them, like, "Yes, I realize what I did was wrong." It's like, he goes, "Yeah, well, I shouldn't have emailed them, so I really shouldn't have done that part of it." And I'm like, yeah, well, at least you got that part of it down right. So we'll cover that when it comes out, guys, but we need to get loud about that. And also loud about my buddy, Patriot Politics, guys. So when I post that out later, please, everybody, actually, you know what? I'm going to do it while later on, while you're thanking some folks, Matrix. I'm going to post out, and I'm going to tag everybody. I'm going to put it in the show, and I would request that everybody in the chat please tag it, because my buddy Patriot Politics Research, Mile, who you guys heard me reference many times, did very, very good work on COVID. He actually wrote a book about, Fauci and how they all knew what was going on which is going to be a dynamite book as well. And guess what, Matrix? Guess how many times he's been guess how many times he has been suspended. Let me read this to you, and then I'm gonna ask you guys.
Are you showing something?
No. I'm just gonna read it to you.
Okay.
Your account has been removed from the X Creator Revenue Sharing Program due to violations of creator monetization standards. And then it says your account was suspended due to multiple or repeat violations of the X rules. Guess how many times his account has been suspended? None. So this is what I'm talking about. You probably have some, very pro-Israeli person that's in X that saw this and was like, yep, you're done. See you later. But we can't let that stand. You can't have these people kicking people offline for multiple violations when they haven't even had one. So we'll get to that one a little bit later. Dude, it's 4 o'clock already. Let me share the screen here. I got a few more things. I don't want to keep you guys all night. And dude, our shows always go too damn fast. The way I experience them fast. You know what I mean? Like,
Don't look at the time. It flies, bro.
Dude, we just did 3 hours and 12 minutes, and I took off for 5 or 6 minutes to get my kid to work. But yeah, dude, it's flying, dude. All right, let's see. Where's the one I wanted to show you? Did you see that Iran is now essentially? Let me pull this over. Essentially, is essentially a toll booth at this point. The Strait of Hormuz. This is going from yesterday at almost 3 p.m. And so this guy, just so you guys know who this clown is, he is the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Pakistan, leader of the House, Senate, President, International. Sounds like this guy's pretty important over there, huh? Leader of the House and Senate. And he is a Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, leader of the House and Senate. Wow. All right. Anyway, so he says, I am pleased to share great news that the government of Iran has agreed to allow 20 more ships under the Pakistani flag to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. 2 ships will cross the strait daily. This is a welcome and constructive gesture by Iran and deserves appreciation. It is a harbinger of peace and will help usher stability in the region. This positive announcement marks a meaningful step towards peace and will strengthen our collective efforts in that direction. Dialogue, diplomacy, and such confidence-building measures are the only way forward. And he tagged Vance, Rubio, Witkoff, and I don't know who this person is. Argachi? Syed Abbas Argachi. Who's that? Foreign Prime Minister, Islamic Republic of Tehran. Let's see what this guy's saying today. Should be following this guy, huh? Who's he following? Oh, yeah. The usual suspect. The Khomeinis.
Yeah.
What's he saying today? The government and the people of Armenia deserve great appreciation for their support of Iran in the matters of relocation of Iranians and humanitarian assistance. Israel and its partner in crime believe that knowledge can be bombed away. It's reflected in the murders of Iran scientists and attacks on Iran's nuclear sites and now universities. Reality check. Your actions ooze of desperation and only inspire more pursuit of knowledge. Now, dude, have you heard, I sent this off to Ghost as a joke, saying like, dude, there's some people out there that are just posting absolute crazy town stuff out into like, into Telegram, like it's just so above and beyond ridiculous. I was actually pretty shocked at his response though. So here's what I posted. So I said, and of course, they put in Joe Rogan in the thing to get more clicks. What they won't tell you is this. Right now, as you read this, U.S. Special Forces are preparing a ground operation to breach underground tunnels beneath Isfahan, Iran. Not to destroy them, to seize what's inside. 84 metric tons of highly enriched uranium, enough to build 14 nuclear warheads. But that's not what Trump is after. Beneath the uranium, 3 levels deeper, is a vault built in 2014 with $2.3 billion from the Obama administration. $127 billion in gold bars stolen from Libya, routed through Qatar, hidden by the same network that moved Epstein's money. Financial records connecting the Clinton Foundation, the Federal Reserve, and 14 sitting members of Congress to a money laundering operation that ran from 2009 to 2013, and a server containing every communication between the deep state and Iran's Revolutionary Guard for the last 15 years. That is why war is happening. Not oil, not nukes, not territory. Trump told Axios yesterday there's practically nothing left to target. So he was like, yeah, that's he goes, yeah, the rest is some garbage, but there's a little bit of truth in the muck. So he said there's a little bit of truth in the muck to what I just read you guys. So then I would ask you, do you really think they're going to hide all of the communications in the deep state? Like, oh, let's go bring it over to Iran. But I wouldn't buy that as much as I would buy, say, I don't know, communications between, say, deep state actors and people from Iran. As we know, the many connections that, Obama, Valerie Jarrett, Peter Strzok grew up there. Wasn't born, but grew up in Iran. Many different connections. I think John Kerry's daughter married one of the dudes there. But we know that they gave them cash in billions when they could have wired them money. So what say you? Do you think there is it's just a territorial thing, it's a bad guy thing, or do you think it's a combination of things? What do you thinking?
Well, first thing I would say is that Drops told us everything we're seeing right now, including the regime change back in 2018. So I'm still to the point where whatever they're saying we still need to go in and get, I think we already got.
Possible.
1.7 they're saying we billion in cash of all things. Wouldn't it make sense if they would happen to keep some of the cash, because cash is not really traceable? So if you wire money, I don't know how wiring can be done, but with planes it's not really traceable except for the fact that we know about it. The server, that'd be interesting. That sounds like just thrown in there though. So basically what I'm saying is the information sounds like it actually could be legit. I don't see it being on the timeline we're on right now, because again, drop 228 from 2017 tells us regime change. I'm sorry, that one was for the leadership change that matches up with the date 228 of the regime change in Iran. And then the 2018 drop that says regime change as well talks Iran. That's what, 7-8 years ago. So I feel like the information we're getting, it goes back to full control to where we're just now getting it. And what year did I say that regime change drop was? 2018. What year are we in? Oh, 26. Oh, my timelines of 26 equaling 18 now suddenly, again, just tied together.
It seems like it, dude. It does seem like it. Hey, dude, did you ever, and when I'm not going to, maybe we will, I don't know. But have you, I know when we're on Dave and Rambo, and then they have one, they kind of argue about this one point, and then I know when I'm on with, say, Hulk and Ardoc, they bust my beans about it, because I've never called myself, and I don't ever consider myself a flurfer, or a flat earther. But I'm a guy that has questions. I got a lot of questions. Have you ever stated your claim on what side of things you believe things to be on, or do you lean more one way more than the other on any of these things?
Yep, I'm 100% transparent with that. We do not live on a spinning ball flying through a soul steel system caused, told to us by NASA. You go back to the 50s, the encyclopedias all the way up into the 50s told us we live on a flat, non-rotating, stationary plane.
No way.
Yes, and then NASA comes along and we get Disney and the rockets. We're going to the fake moon landings and all that stuff. So no, I became a flat earther. I think it was around 2015 or 16 is when I kind of found, put it like that. I went years by people telling me about it. And me being the biggest conspiracy theorist everybody knows, I heard about that one. But that was one that I was like, y'all are retarded. Literally. And then it took years of me going, okay, I'll finally give it a shot. I went into it, and literally a few hours into the research, I was stunned and in disbelief, and was like, literally became a flat earther day one. And the research went from there to this day, and nobody can switch my mind around about it unless you put me in a spaceship and take me to actual outer space that doesn't exist. And that won't happen because it don't exist. So you can't prove to me the Earth is a spinning fucking ball.
Well, that wasn't where I thought it was. No, that was good. I'm trying to find something very, very interesting. Here we go. So I could show you, I think seven. I want to say 7 of these. Ever friggin' pulls up. Come on. PDF. So I don't know. It's taking forever. Come on. There we go. And Matrix, I think you basically said it, but I can show you folks in the chat, and again, I'm not stating like Matrix said, like, yeah, I'm a flat earther. Like I think some of the things could actually be explained away, and the main problem that I have is kind of what Dave from News Treason says as well, which is if the Earth was way bigger than they tell us it is, then that would actually fix a lot of the issues that I have, but not all of them. It definitely would not fix all of them. And I wish I could pull up the actual NASA article for you, but this is a direct quote from it, guys. A derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model. A linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth is derived and defined. The derivation makes no assumptions of reference trajectory or vehicle symmetry. The linear system equations are derived and evaluated along a general trajectory and include both aircraft dynamics and observation variables. So,
can I have you pause real quick? I don't know. I don't know what you're going to get into with this, but it kind of hit on the wording I said. So, two things I left out. One proof, since you're getting into aeronautics, basically, is one, when airplanes are flying across this so-called spinning globe, the pilots don't have to adjust their height. In other words, if you're flying on a ball and you're flying dead straight, you'd eventually be flying into the air higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. Instead, the altitude never deviates. There's one piece to it right there. And the second piece, I'm probably going to mess up now because I was just saying that. What was the other piece? It was... and the flight paths they take as well. Why is it when you go from South America to Australia, your route actually on a flat map is a straight shot to Australia, but on a round Earth map, it goes on this funky, just way out of the way loop around. The reason why is on a globe, they show South America and Australia's tips being not all that far from each other, just the oceans across it, when it's actually the complete opposite side of our realm, literally. So there's the two things that I have for aeronautics that I want to add in. Now we can go a little further with this. I don't know where you're going, but those are two things with aeronautics that make no sense.
Yeah, no. I love it. Yeah, I again, this is an actual publication right here. You can see it at the top. ntrs.nasa.gov citations. There we go. And again, there's another 6 or so, if not more, that are out there saying the same thing. So again, some people would say, oh, Matrix, this is just a model. They're doing that. Yeah, but do you model things after things that are not what you're trying to do? Right? Like, I'm not going to model me trying to go to the moon and practice by going to the grocery store. You know what I'm saying? Like, it don't make sense. Like, if you're doing a model, you're doing a model for the actual thing that you're trying to prove. You're not going to make up some, let's try it on a flat Earth. And while we know we're on a spinning ball here. Oh,
right. Well, my science project over here is supposed to show you how volcanoes work. But over here, I'm actually going to show you guys how clouds form. But that proves why volcanoes blow up, right? That's kind of what they're saying.
There's too many excuses.
Makes no sense.
Yeah, there's too many excuses for me for some of the things that they have to make. So I definitely lean towards, they're lying to us majorly on this thing. Now I'm going to do this. I've only probably shown this maybe one time. Not one time, but like basically I'm going to speed up the thing to show you guys, and I don't want to get a copyright strike, but let me pull it up on the screen here. This is usually like a 3 or 4 minute thing, so I'm going to speed it along so you guys can see. And I premium now, so I can go 3 times the speed here. Okay, this is one clip, slated and dated from NASA themselves. So she'll actually show you back here. So I'm going to go back to 36 minutes. Ding, 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 ding. So here's them here. It might even be past it, but they actually, right here. Hollow film was produced as a report film by the Manned Spacecraft Center and is not for public distribution. Okay? So she says in this video that, maybe the recorder popped back up on the machine and they didn't know what was going on. Okay? But what they tell you as they're here, they're talking into the camera and they're telling you, and right here she's exhibiting how you can't go past the radiation belt. Again, slated and dated where they are. What they tell you is we have the camera up against the window. All right, so let me go back here just for a second. Right here. Okay, so you guys love my schematics here. So here's the shuttle thing. Let's just say this right here. We'll say Earth is this way. And what they're saying is that there's a window right here, and they have the camera right up to the window, smushed into the window. That's what you're seeing, okay? When in reality, what's really going on is this window that's right here is a square window, all right? And then they put a round insert into the window to make it look round and show you the Terminator line, while the camera is actually at the back of the shuttle, which you're going to see all this unfold. And there's actually like an astronaut here, there's one over here, and you see a diffuse work light over here. But they're filming from the back of it all the way to the front, and what's outside this window is they're in Earth orbit. And so they put this insert into the window to make it look round. And I'm going to let this stuff play as we go here so you guys can see what I'm talking about here. But as she's showing you this stuff, you know, she's talking about here and the radiation, the Van Allen radiation belt, and how they couldn't get past it. You would need walls that had 6-foot lead walls to protect you from the effects of the radiation belt. So here's we go. Let's kind of moving along here. So they're showing you as they are unzooming, or they're showing you the whole scene unfolding. And we are at 3 times speed here. Okay. And so you guys can see everything as it actually happens, because she kind of goes, you know, she takes a little bit of time as she's talking. And they show you, and tell me, dude, doesn't that look legit? That looks super good. But I would say, like, where are the stars, right? If you got it out there, why can't you see the stars? And he tells you right here. She just says they just condemn themselves right here by saying this. Essentially that, hey, we got the camera up to the window, and this is exactly how we're pulling this off. But as you see, once it all gets revealed, that clearly they are not doing what they are saying that they're doing. So here we go. As it pans back, let me see how much further. This is 8 minutes. Here we go. So let me get back to this part right here. So you see somebody just got in the way. How did somebody's hand just get in the way of the camera of the moon right there? If they got the camera up to it. So right here, I'll kind of go back just a second because it is 3 times speed. See somebody's hands getting in the way. Whoops.
Yep.
Well, wait, how is that possible if you got the camera all the way up to the window? And again, the reason I show this is not to say this proves that the Earth is flat, because it does not. It just shows that they're faking a lot of crap. So there's the diffuse work light. That's the same thing it was zoomed in on now. They're taking the crescent or the round thing out of the window here as we go. And as we kind of go back, that's the window they were doing it in, dude. Can you believe that?
Now, see, with that too, so number one, if you really truly were going to outer space, there's absolutely no reason you would need to fake a whole bunch of footage. So right there should tell you something.
No matter
that by itself.
No matter how shitty it would have looked, right? We wouldn't have cared. We would have said, oh, that's you know, the Earth at halfway to the moon. Oh, sorry, you know, it's a little crappy looking or whatever, but that is what it is. You know, we would have accepted that. But dude, do you know that the people that watch this stuff didn't even watch it on they didn't even watch it on a regular telecast? It was like screened onto a wall, and then they recorded that and then put that on live TV.
It was done double grainy, so you couldn't get anything out of it like we are nowadays. Because back then, people were just amazed to go to the moon, and oh yeah, they're that far away. That's why it looks like crap. They didn't think nothing about it.
Oh God! And how many times do you need to have astronauts telling you that you didn't go there?
And what about Buzz Armstrong won't put his hand on the Bible and swear that he actually went? He actually punched a dude in the face for saying that. Then he turns around and tells the little kid when she says, why didn't we go back to the moon? He goes, oh, I want to know that too. Well, actually, the thing is, we never actually went. And we're like, what? Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, they've told us directly. And anybody that thinks we actually went to the moon and you believe those NASA stories, you got some really hard researching to do to find out the truth. Because, I mean, it's really not even hard research to find. You just got to go find the conspiracy channels. You can sit there and do an 8-hour session, just binge some people's information, and you'll realize they've lied to us about everything, including the damn moon. So I don't even know what the moon is. I think it's a plasma of some kind. Like, you can't land on it, because how do you explain whenever it's a crescent moon, it's supposed to be in a shadow? You can see stars behind that thing that's supposed to be a shadow. Explain that to me.
Crazy. Yeah, I mean, and he's right, you know. He sat there. I don't know if it was Letterman or Carson or who it was, but he's like, yeah, he sat there and we watched you. And he's like, no, you didn't. He's like, no, you didn't. Like, what? Yeah, I watched you. He's like, you think you did? He goes, you heard somebody say this and you heard somebody say that. It's like, wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's a load of BS, and I want to know who recorded when they took off.
What about not only that, when they took off, who was the first cameraman that was actually out? How did they record the man making the first steps down the ladder?
Well,
one small step for man. Well, what happened to the guy that walked out first to take the picture?
I got an answer for that one, buddy. You're going to love it. You're going to love it as well. So the answer to that one was, before they got out of the machine, they had like this like device, which was like a lever that they could actually like, crank it or pull the lever. And what that did was it rolled out the camera, is what they said. They said basically they had it on a deal where it was a contraption which they could kind of just pull out and do it. But, all right, with all that aside, dude, this right here is the case cracker for many different reasons, besides the clip I just showed you. So again, all right, what was it? 2 of them went down to the moon, played some golf, kicked the stuff around while one of them orbited. And then they took this, met back with the orbiter. And remember, guys, they did this on the first shot. They didn't even practice none of it. They had no telemetry data, no nothing. Oh, wait, Matrix, why do they say they can't go back to the moon now? Oh, that's right, because they lost the telemetry data. How the hell did you get there the first time? That's what I want to know.
Well, it cost a whole lot of money to remake that kind of equipment. So we just got rid of it and destroyed it, and we can't do it no more.
Dude, that looks like and I'm taking this from somebody else who said it was one of the Flat Earth guys years ago, and I think it's perfectly on par for what this thing looks like. It looks like a homeless tweaker's friggin' tent is what it looks like, but it has people inside. Really? All right, and again, you're leaving the moon now. Again, there's 2 guys, 2 quote astronauts in there. You got another one, Buzz Aldrin, I think, was in the orbiter going around. So essentially, you got 2 in here and 1 in there, 3 guys. I believe it was 3 guys total, but 1 guy orbiting and two down below. So essentially, there's 1 guy, there's 2 guys in there. There is nobody here. I got 2 questions about this clip right here, dude. Come on, let's go. Let's get going. Are we gonna go? There we go. Jeez, here we go. Ready? And I think it's on 3 times speed still. Minute and a half. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. That might not even be the one that I'm thinking of. That might be Apollo 12 or Apollo 11. But the one that I'm thinking of, after it went in the air, the camera actually started panning up. And so my 2 questions about that is, who filmed this? And my second question is, how the hell do they get it back to where we could see it?
Mm-hmm.
I'll wait for that answer, dude.
Exactly. And my other, I add one more to it. How the hell that the White House phone that's wired to the wall call up to the moon in live time?
Dude, how did they play a duet with a guy that's on the moon with a person that was here when there's supposed to be, what, a 7 or a 10-second delay on the phone? Yep. It would be next to impossible to do that. Like, I'm sorry, but no way impossible it happened. I'm going to see if the chat's busting our balls or not.
Well, add a little piece to it to prove your point, what you just said. On Fox News now, when people are on their show, there's still a 2-second delay almost. And when the person on Fox says something, the person that's on the mic on the other end of it, there's always delay to where they get mixed up with each other talking because of that delay. And we're talking back, 50 years ago. If you think there wasn't no delays back then, you're talking, like you said, 7 to 10-second delays, and you're able to have a full-on conversation and whatever. No. Get out of here with that.
That was Apollo 15, apparently. So that's what it was. And, need another 7 astronauts. Deranged Muppet says, I was always one of the mean ones. Need another 7 astronauts. And dude, don't even thank you. But don't get me started on Challenger. Dude, they rolled the TV out to our elementary school, and we all sat there and watched them blow up and die. But guess what? They didn't die.
None of them are dead. Not a single one.
Here's your clip, buddy. I probably got it muted here. They always do.
Yep, it's a little kid.
What does he say? He goes, this is not a question that you're asking. This is a
Why
question.
has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. It's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and And that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
So we didn't? He didn't really say we never went to the moon, but he said we didn't.
No, he said we didn't.
and
We
he-
didn't go there.
Yeah, right?
He literally did a hypocritical statement. He said the whole time that we didn't go there at all, but then he said, but then we didn't go back like we did in the past.
You want
It
to
was like, what the hell did he just say?
want to see something hilarious? Post show. Now remember, you guys just did the most miraculous thing in the history of the world. You're going to be coming back like rock stars. Is this the one? I want to make sure this is the one. Well, we'll be able to tell. I don't know if this is the pre or post press conference, but you know what? You're going to be able to tell on their reactions. If they look like they're happy and just taking regular questions, it's the one before. If they look like their body language is like, oh, why am I fidgeting? Why am I looking weird? Then you'll know it's the one after. Let's see. I think this is.
However, this was, in my case, during the initial time period after
this is
touchdown, we went through various sequences.
Let's just do it like this, without listening to them. Is this the body actions of 2-3 guys that just did the most miraculous thing in the history of the world? Or maybe they just were presented with the fact of you have to go lie to a bunch of people out there. Because they were coming out like rock stars in the pre-press conference, pointing at people, smiling, wink, gink, 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 like that type of deal. But this one, they're all fidgety, and I would say he's probably one of the worst as far as keeping it quiet. He's very tapping. He's clenching his jaw the whole time. But it's a very different situation between the post and the pre. I mean, you think they knew the whole time, or do you think they maybe were told last minute?
No, I think they knew the whole time, and I think that they were all probably most likely in some kind of secret society. In other words, that's why they had to sit there in front of everybody, and they looked nervous because they knew they were lying, and they were about to be the ones on the stage for the big lie they just did.
Yeah,
That's kind of how I feel about it.
They got their hands folded and stuff like that here. They're not all like tippy tapping their hands all over the screen, just like, just like the one you saw before that one. Like, over here tapping, he can't keep his hands still. Like he doesn't know what to do with himself. Like Joe Rambo, I don't know what to do with my hands.
You're right, and they don't look happy either. They're not.
No.
It's
You
all
just did the greatest
smiles,
thing in the
know?
history of the world. You just accomplished what no country could ever accomplish, and you come back and you look like you just shit your pants. I'm sorry, that's what it looks like to me, bro. I don't know.
Exactly.
Let's see. People laughing at us in the chat or not? Are you guys making fun of us? Let's see what the folks over on
I
Twitter
highly
saying.
doubt it.
No, I doubt it either. Awakened Mom says they're not good poker players for sure. Broken it. It says the guy with the mustache is trying to get away from the table, turning away. Yeah, I definitely noticed that one as well. And actually, dude, Matrix. I don't know if have I told you my latest weigh-in tally? I had to go a week.
The last I heard, you didn't actually get to weigh yourself just yet. You haven't been to where the scale is. So what is it at?
Yes, so I was down. Let me do the math here. So I want to be accurate. So I think I was down 12 pounds, and it's been almost 3 pounds every week. And so I couldn't weigh in. I didn't weigh in for 2 weeks, and so I was down 12. And then the week went by, I didn't weigh in, and then I weighed in again, and I was down another 6 pounds. So I bet now it's 20, but, to be accurate, it was almost exactly 20 pounds since February 5th. So it's been, it's been a month and a little bit. So that period of time is not too fast. It's not, you're not losing 20 pounds too fast in, say, like a month, 6 weeks or so. I would say I'm pretty much right on the money as how I would want to lose it. And it's probably going to start trailing off because, you do a little bit of the stored fat and then the water weight. But the reason I'm also bringing this up again now is because I know we have a few people. I know there's at least 10 of you guys that are taking the feel great thing, and I know only Chris Schaus in the chat, and then Texas Tan Girl were saying, the other day how great that they've been feeling. But I know there's at least another 8 or so of you guys, and I won't use your name online if you don't want me to. But I just want to know your guys, how you're liking it, how you're feeling, because I know was it Texas Tan Girl said they lost 5 pounds. I know Chris Schaus said she lost, I think it was 5 or 6 pounds the other day, but. Dude, I mean, I've not had anybody that's told me like, yeah, I tried it and it's not for me. I don't like it. It's not working good. Like, dude, and I'm zinging with energy so much more versus coffee. Like, I am above and beyond what coffee used to do for me.
I'm telling you, man, and the stuff's no joke. I think I have like 40 people or so doing it directly with me, and every single person that has let me know, every single one, I'm at 100% success rate with it. So, I mean, as long as you're following, like I said, follow the protocol. The biggest key to it all is 8 hours of an eating window, 16 hours of no eating window. If you can handle that, you can do the protocol, and you will be shocked what it will do for you.
Dude, I think me and you may be going a little bit above and beyond the normal person, because I thought that's what it was. Like, I thought, wait, you don't eat much, and then, you eat dinner, right? And so you're fasting the whole day. But what it tells you on there is that you take one of the unamates in the morning and don't have breakfast, but then it tells you you can take an unamate with your lunch. So you wouldn't be technically fasting that long, right? If you're eating at lunch.
No, it all depends on you. So how I was doing when I was full blast with it, my eating window basically was right around 1 or 2 o'clock till between 9 and 10 o'clock. Basically, was my eating window. So basically, what I would do is I was also a person who would wake up a little later in the day than most people too. But so as long as I was done eating, let's just say by 9 o'clock, then I just didn't eat till 2. That's all. I didn't look at it as, I woke up at 6, so I got to wait till 2. Or if I wake up at noon, I got to wait till 2. It doesn't matter to me. I just know I'm not supposed to eat till this time. And the reason why is because after a certain amount of hours, I think it's after 12 hours is whenever your body starts eating its own fat. So the extra 4 hours to make it 16 is like the ultimate time for it really eating your fat away. So that's like the key to it, is those 16 hours is all about your body eating its own fat. And then in that 8 hour window, I mean, that's when you're able to eat what you want to eat and whatnot. But again, those unamates also have the appetite suppressant in it, which is what helps you get through the breakfast area. So if you are waking up at 6 a.m. and you're not supposed to eat till 2, you might need 2 unamates, because that has your appetite suppressant, gives you the energy and whatnot too. So if you're doing it correctly, you'll find it with yourself. Everybody's a little different. I found my sweet spot just before, of course, winter hit. When winter hit, I kind of went a little off because my house is cold. So I'm going back into it. I've been slowly getting myself back into it for the last week. I've got my food, my eating habits are back to almost completely back to normal. Completely cut out all any kind of snacks and whatnot again. So like basically this week is basically I'm revamping and starting up again, because I just started working back out again just last week. So I'm just now myself getting back into it. So I was still taking it the whole time. It's just I wasn't following the 18-hour window thing. Basically, when it was cold out, I just basically ate when I wanted to. So
yeah, I mean, because I talked to the guy from there. He basically says, he goes, you could eat, during lunch. He goes, but and I've never been a big breakfast or lunch guy, to be honest with you. When I was working physically at work, I maybe get a little hungry from wearing myself out like that, but not doing that same physical stuff at work anymore. But yeah, super great. So I can't rave about that enough. But please, guys, any of you guys that are taking it, send me an email, and I will not mention your name on the air. Spaceshot76@protonmail.com, because I do want to know. Yeah, dude, and it's like it's above and beyond. And my eating window is like 8 at night till like 3 in the morning. So which is not ideal.
No, it's not ideal, but here's the thing: is that's good for you. Exactly. Here's the thing: is when I first started the Feel Great protocol, my body was like you. I was waking up. Going to bed at 6 or 7 a.m. and waking up at 4 in the afternoon. So I had the same eating window as you, basically. But that switched once I got on it, because I suddenly had all this energy. I suddenly flipped my thing, and I was waking up at 7, 8, 9 in the morning all of a sudden. So my window also flipped when my body flipped. So
that's perfect. And yes, they say why I'm especially proud too is, dropping 20 pounds is great. But even, when I held that little 5-pound bucket, when my son, I said at the time I was down 6 pounds, and he's like, oh, that's not much. And I'm like, dude, it's been like 2 weeks. And he's like, I said, oh, here's a 12-pound thing of de-icer that's halfway full. Here's about 6 pounds here. And he was like, oh, Like even 6 pounds is a lot, dude. Like to lose. But the reason I'm especially proud is because, dude, I started in February when people are packing on weight usually. So usually rather than putting on 5 pounds, I've taken down 20. So I can't say enough great things about that. It's just
hey, and don't forget, we're in spring, everybody. We're in spring. If you want to get that body back to shape for those bikinis and the swim trunks, I'm telling you, man, get on the stuff. You'll lose it quick, and you'll be ready for summer when it comes in.
Yes, sir. So yeah, please email me, guys. Let me know because I just want to pass that along. And historically, I've not done many products over the years. Noble Gold was a good supporter of the channel here, and anybody that listened to me back in 2017, well, you're probably thanking me very greatly now. Because dude, when I was doing the Noble Gold products, it was It was like $17 to $19 for silver, and gold was like 17, maybe 2000. So we know what it is now for sure. So to kind of cap off a little bit some of this news stuff that we get back into, this is from a few days ago, but Egypt saying that they're ready to host Iran-related talks as part of de-escalation efforts. So we've shown this, right? We showed this, and I don't know if it was this one, but going back to one of these guys, right? Talking about how we're basically going to allow some of this oil to get through. They understand the importance of it because it's not just, the people that are the people of these countries that refuse to protect it are basically, you're paying all these money and taxes and stuff, and they're paying in money to who? United Nations, NATO, all these other countries. But dude, he's putting them on absolute blast right now, saying, United Nations. I think they're going to be absolutely going down, dude. What do you think?
Yeah, the NATO, no, they're done for. Trump's been saying that for a while. We also, over the last few years, we know about the WHO. They've been basically dismantled as well. Like the people that we've had running the world, those places are being dismantled. NATO, I think, is the next one up. I mean, what did Trump? I don't know the exact words. What did Trump say? We don't need NATO, I think is what he said. We don't need NATO or whatever the heck he said. So yes, exactly. He's pointing it out. It's one of those things that over time, I think it'll eventually happen. And maybe for our 250th anniversary coming up, maybe he'll make that official. Because somebody reminded me in the chat, King Charles is supposed to be in here as well for the 4th of July thing. So what are the odds of that? We're supposed to be breaking away from them for good, and we're supposed to have the king show up, really, to say, "Oh, good job, boys, you're leaving us." That sounds weird. So I don't know.
Supposed to be, I think, also, I think the 27th of this month, is it?
You mean next month, April?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah. Is it supposed to be? Isn't it?
That I don't know.
To be, I think it's supposed to be April 27th. Let me pop this.
Oh, I haven't even heard that one yet. Actually, that's surprising to me. I didn't know that one.
Yeah, and they're saying that he may make a speech to Congress as well. Let me see.
Oh shit!
Look
I had no clue.
11/17. Don't even get Matrix started.
Yeah,
Don't get him started on here. Yeah. As part of his visit, the king will address Congress in a joint meeting the week of April 27th. So the week of, not specifically that date.
Ah, okay.
Anonymity to discuss plans of a formal announcement. First reported by Punchbowl. First time a British royal has addressed Congress since 1991, when Charles' mother, Queen Elizabeth II, became the first British monarch to speak before a packed House chamber. Donald Trump visited London in September, and House Speaker Mike Johnson visited January as part of the 250th anniversary celebrations. So interesting that he's going to come up, and then some people are kind of foreshadowing his demise, and he has been in bad health as well, hasn't he?
Yes, yes. So that's the whole thing too. I can't remember the exact thing because we had a lot this week, but I had very specific comms that has connections to him. Now I hear people, what you were just saying, like people were saying that they thought they had comms saying that King Charles was going to die like this weekend or something like that. I can't remember who it was that said that.
Dave.
But,
yeah, it was Saturday.
Oh, that's right. It was.
Friday,
You're right. It
Friday
was,
night.
Dave.
He said Saturday.
That's right. Okay, so that's right. I remember hearing about that. So though that didn't come to, I also said something about Biden. I had comms for Biden dying last year. I had a very specific date and everything, and I said I put the info out saying right away, I ain't trying to date fab, but these are the comms that I'm being given. So maybe he was given the same stuff, and that's why he's guessing on this. So of course we can't date fag specific, but over the last week in my comms, I've had some very interesting things that went back to him, and then I couldn't even explain this really well to Omazon on Friday night when I was given this information. But I've got another calculation, which I can't remember exactly what it ties to right this second, that we did on Friday night. There was a bomb and a half, and it went to May 6th of all days. And the reason I'm bringing all this up is because May 6th, I can't remember what it was because I said this Friday night. There's something very specific that links to the king or queen or the crown that happened on May 6th back in like 2018, 19, 20, 21, something like that, that I was connecting together. So Dave makes this thing where maybe he's going to die. I have a thing that links to him too, which I have dates for as well. And then I find out he's also coming into Congress. Plus he's supposed to be here for July 4th as well at the same damn time. We have no King's protests going on right now. We have Martin Luther King's anniversary coming up as well. So I see all the comms coming together. I just can't make predictions on about like, oh, is he going to die or not? I don't know. We also were told Bill and Hillary's health would rapidly decline. That hasn't happened yet either. The Queen dies 666 days after whatever the thing was beforehand or whatever it was. There's those numbers tied to it. So somebody, which you guys would think would be me, it's not though, needs to probably do a little number fun with him from the last time the Queen had something happen to her, because their son, Prince Andrew, was also taken on the 66th birthday. There's those kind of combos. So here's my thought. I'm doing this all out loud as I talk to. June is your 6th month as well. The date I just gave happens to be the 6th, 5-6 of all things too.
Wow.
I would say this, between now and July 4th, if he doesn't actually pass, I think something major is going to be happening with him, because the king is everywhere. King Charles, Martin Luther King, no King's protests as well, all at the same time going on.
Interesting.
So interesting. Yeah. I didn't know about what you just showed us either. April 27th, he's coming into town. That's so interesting. But also, I'll say this too. I got to throw this out there. Is that really King Charles? I don't know.
Right. How tall is he? Does anybody know?
That I do not. He looks about the same height as Biden there.
5'10" is Google saying he's 5'10", and Biden's supposed to be 6'1", right?
Yeah, he's about right there.
5'10" to 6'1", though.
Yeah, it's about 3 inches.
Or is that tall, Joe Biden? 5'10", 11, 6 foot, 6 foot. Yeah.
About 3.
And I was trying to find the other one. Do you remember? The one when he pulls up and he was like in like an old time car as he pulled up to? When he pulled up to the UK, he was in this like weird, I don't know, like a 1930s looking car, like one of those old looking cars, like a, I don't know what the hell you would call it.
I know what you're
like
trying to say, I think.
Like a Packard or something like that. But he ended up rolling in, and it was like an overview video, but it was like there was no, I mean, even this, you see, what could be considered that's not the Beast, right? Why isn't he not in the Beast? And because everybody knows wherever the president flies, they fly the Beast there too. Or probably, sorry about that. Probably 2 of them, right? But we know wherever he goes, they have the Beast going, and that's the Suburban. You can see it says Suburban right there. It's not Cadillac like his other one is. So I don't know, dude. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff with the king. He's not in good health. And then you wonder about like 4th of July time, independence from the country. And oh, wait, independence from what country? Interesting that he would be showing up around that time, because in my opinion, they're one of our biggest, if not the biggest enemy we have going.
Yep. And that's why that's why I kind of went on a tangent just talking out of my own head as well, because I was putting things together as I was talking. It's like there's been a lot of comms about the word king. Now I find out about him. Plus, I knew about July 4th, what Dave was saying. So, like, it looks like across the board, everybody's getting king comms for sure.
King Kongs. NATO, and this is all caps, NATO nations have done absolutely nothing to help with the lunatic nation, now militarily decimated, of Iran. The USA needs nothing from NATO, but, quote, never forget this very important point in time, President Donald J. Trump. Never forget.
No.
Dude.
What are the odds? I just got done saying the 666 and look at his retruths. The retruth is 666. Right after I said that. Are you shitting me? Well, never forget. That goes right back to 9/11 and goes back to the picture you showed.
We'll never forget. Oh.
17. Oh, wow.
And what is it?
What are the odds?
We'll never forget. We represent you. Never forget that. U.S. military, savior of mankind. Never forget. Fantasyland. God save us all. We will never forget. We'll never forget. 11/11/18.
That's it. So
26.
that's it. Yes. Now, but it's not perfect either at the same time. That is one of my things, though. So 11/11/18, that's one of the drops I point to. We have America will be unified again, 11/11/18. Those are the drops that I connect to the 2026 thing. Now, I did do the math on it. It doesn't exactly fall in 11/11/26. It actually falls in January of 27 is when it hits. So I'm going to throw that out there for people so you guys, because I don't try to date fag. My calendars are slightly off by 2 months. So that date specifically will not fall on 11/11, but my eyes are on 11/11 this year too, because that's 8 days after the election this year. 11/11/26 falls exactly 8 days after. So
yeah, dude, I think we're gonna see some crazy things before midterms. We have to, right? At this point, we have to, and there's really no kicking the can down the road. Like if we get into midterms and they say everything kind of goes as it is, nothing gets really separated and prosecuted to a lot of our likings, then a lot of people are going to let the Democrats take over the friggin' House, guaranteed. Yep. And then it's going to be impeachment, Like we don't want to go down that road. But with that said, I do believe we're in for another route, and I think they're kind of foreshadowing this stuff with all this stuff about John Solomon coming out. Tulsi's speech, dude, last year, I think it was in July of 2025, dude, when she put Obama on blast. That was a really, really good interview there, or a really good statement that she made. Do you remember that, dude? She literally said, and she's been saying it somewhat recently as well.
Off the top of my head, I don't. I have to actually see it.
Off the tippy top?
Yeah, off the tippy top. Yeah, exactly.
Let me see if I can. I always use YouTube and whatnot on always use YouTube on the phone. Again, right here. But somebody put it up live like it was yesterday, as if it was live, but it of course was not. And it was a year old. So I was like, yeah, nice clickbait. But essentially she put him on blast so good, and she said essentially that he rewrote or had rewritten the intelligence community assessment. Remember that? The ICA?
Yes,
and that whole thing was basically put them into a mode right here. So actually I found the link. This is funny. So I think they just basically rolled the same speech over and over and over for 6 hours. And the part of the clip in which they used was only, I don't know, a minute maybe. So it's what I saw anyways. Let's see. So this was live last night. Obama to be jailed. All right. So it starts off with what we want to hear, and it's only like 30 seconds. But look at 6 hours. It's like one of your live streams, dude. 6 hours and whatever seconds. But it's the same thing over and over and over again. So hopefully it's not muted.
Examples to include comments that have been made by senior intelligence professionals who are some still working within these agencies today that confirm the conclusions that we have drawn, that President Obama directed an intelligence community assessment to be created to further this contrived false narrative that ultimately led to a years-long coup to try to undermine President Trump's presidency.
And it's your belief that those two previous investigations missed that or covered it up?
I'm telling you to look at the evidence. Look at the evidence, and you will know the truth.
John. Yeah, one more time, dude, because this is huge. I'm gonna record this for a little shorty short.
Examples to include comments that have been made by senior intelligence professionals who are some still working within these agencies today that confirm the conclusions that we have drawn, that President Obama directed an intelligence community assessment to be created to further this contrived false narrative that ultimately led to a years-long coup to try to undermine President Trump's presidency.
And it's your belief that those two previous investigations missed that or covered it up?
I'm telling you to look at the evidence. Look at the evidence, and you will know the truth.
John.
Thanks, Caroline. Thanks, Director Gabbard. You declassified these documents, if I'm not mistaken, Friday of last week, correct?
We released them on Friday of last week, the first tranche, yes.
This isn't the first time that President Trump has been president of the United States. He was president from 2017 to 2021. Couldn't the prior DNI under President Trump have declassified these documents? And why didn't that DNI do that at that time?
I can't speak to what happened there. There were several DNIs under the first Trump administration. President Trump faced many challenges from those who were working in the government who sought to undermine his presidency. That's been clearly detailed. What I can speak to is the fact that this was one of the first things that we started to investigate here within this Trump administration and have released the results upon the conclusion of our investigation.
And then my second question has to do with what intelligence agencies...
That's the first thing that they were investigating, dude. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
The first thing that she went after. Now remember, this is July of 2025, even though this jerk-off's posting it as, oh, live, you know, Obama's about to be arrested. I fell for it. But, you know, she's been saying that and it's been coming back out. But then when we go into, you know, everybody out there was saying, like, you know, it was probably Putin or it's probably Hillary Clinton. And, dude, I've said it from the very beginning. I don't care if Q is my friggin' garbage man. I really don't. I really could care less. Oh, God. So apparently ICA, apparently there's a lot of words with ICA in it, like America.
Yeah.
Assessment. Let me see.
You did ICA, you can do it with a space in front and space after.
Oh, God. Or I could spell assessment correct as well. Let me see. Assessment? Is that right? No, that's not right.
Two S's on the second one, too.
Oh, dude, I'm good at state capitals, though. Yes, assessment, Clapper, hard. So this one was big, and remember we had Clapper out there telling everybody, "Oh, we wouldn't have done half of the things we did if unless Obama sent us to do it." Oh, really? Interesting. FBI agrees. CIA assessment. Russia wanted help. Trump wanted to help Trump. Then and now. Brennan and Comey assessment. Clapper assist. Hard push. Justice. Criminal resources. A conspiracy to defraud the United States, knowingly and willfully. What's this one? We've seen this one, right? Knowingly,
yes,
and willfully.
Sir.
18 USC 1001 requires that the false statement, concealment, or cover-up be knowingly and willfully done, which means that the statement must have been made with an intent to deceive, a design to induce belief in the falsity or to mislead, but 1001 does not require an intent to defraud. That is the intent to deprive someone of something by means of deceit. So,
oh, dude,
how many times have we seen that in the drops?
Well, first, before you do that, I'm gonna kind of squirrel off this. So, see how it's number 910?
Yep.
Knowingly and willingly. Then it's 18 USC 1001. So I'm seeing two things here. We've already talked about 9/11. I don't know how many times tonight. So I see 910 and I also see 9/11 here in a way, because if you go to drop 1001, it will be Epstein Island, and the timestamp of that drop is exactly 9/11/01. That's interesting how that just came together. Yeah. Attempts to deceive, and we're talking about 1001, which is also Epstein Island, which the picture's labeled 187 Site E. So all the 9/11s, I see the 1001 and it's right there.
Hey, if I saw that in the past, I just don't remember it, because I mean, I think there's only so much room in my brain for certain things, and I think, like, you know, once I remember this, something else gets kicked out. But
yeah.
Dude, why do I not remember this? 187 Site E. So everybody knows the 187 is the police code for killing somebody, a murder. So murder Site E, JPEG.
Epstein Island, Site E, and also that 187 Site E also connected directly for me to E, Erica Kirk. So, yeah.
Each prince is associated with a cardinal direction, north, south, east, and west. Each prince? Huh. Sacrifice, collect. Classified,
Dude.
1, 2. Dude, you want to hear something? If I can find this, I'm going to blow your mind. But go ahead.
Go back over to the where it showed 910. I just put something together. 910. What date did Charlie get shot?
Oh,
910. And that's 187 site E. I connected 187 E to Erica, and we looked at the drop because it's USC 1001. 1001 is the Epstein Island drop that gave us 91101. What are the odds? All that, because those numbers are exactly for Kirk. 910. What does Kirk's last name start with? A K. 910 K. Bro, what the hell?
Damn.
What?
Damn. Thank you, Tron, for Tron is still on his show, Super Banger. Well, I think he's gone now because he just raided me a little while ago, so he must be done. I think he did. Yeah, he had to have. It says in my little thing here. And thank you very much to Josie Ann. Dropped the $20 Rumble rant. Holla. Says, thank you both. Absolutely love Sundays shows with you two. My very favorite show. God bless you both. Thank you so much, Josie Ann. I appreciate that. And,
I got a couple of them over here from Jules Patriot as well. And Jules Patriot, I do have the link you put in the first one I'm about to read. Thank for the $2 Rumble rant. It says, here's the videos of the drones surrounding Air Force One. I have that pulled up, just haven't got to those yet. And then also thank you for the $5 Rumble rant, Jules Patriot. And says, then you have Trump's Treasury making a 24-karat gold coin. Washington said only kings have their faces on money. Then Trump signed the dollar bill as treasurer. Boom. Thank you very much, Jules Patriot, for that. And yes, I do have those links for that. We will get to that.
You have that helicopters. Let me see. I'll just pop that up now quick because we'll let folks know what's going down here.
Yeah, I haven't got to see this yet either. So
helicopters have been dispatched to investigate a drone incursion near Air Force One in West Palm Beach. A ground stop was issued at the airport while helicopters searched the area. And of course, everybody pray for 45-47's safety. Dude, I think he's like, I think they got somebody with him like Nicolas Cage in that movie. You ever see that movie where he plays a magician who can see 2 minutes ahead of time?
Yes, I have. I know what you're talking about.
But yeah, I mean, anytime, utmost safety. And we know about, Butler. We know about Ruth, whatever the hell the guy's name was, Ruth, that was in the bushes at the golf course, right? But
Ryan Ruth.
Ryan Ruth, yeah, and so many others that we don't know about, right? Remember that he went over to, what was it, England or Ireland or Scotland, I think, Ireland, where the Secret Service guy, they said he had a stroke or something like that. God knows what might have happened. We don't know. Remember there was another one with the press. They searched all the vehicles like they always do at every stop, and then they searched the vehicle at the next stop, and they found a handgun inside the press pool van. And there was another one when President Trump was going along on his on the highway, and then somebody was recording it, and you seen the car come down from the side, and the lady said, "I was hitting the brake, and it was just accelerating. I could not control my vehicle." Well, we know from the QRS-11 chip, the uninterruptible autopilot, that they can do that in your car and on airplanes, helicopters, what have you. And for that reason, Matrix, that's why I'm going to try to keep with older cars. I might be getting a new car this weekend. And when I say new car, it's still 12 years old. So yeah, the podcast life ain't a rich life, so folks knows. If I had a suit and a tie and Fox News behind me, maybe, but then I wouldn't be truthful as well.
Hey, I'll be truthful. I haven't had a vehicle in 5 years. I lost mine in my the breakup, and guess what? I'm just now about to be ready to have another one. I'm just waiting on my buddy to buy his new car, so I'll have his other one. So I'm waiting on the same thing as you.
Well, look at that helicopter, dude. It's not even moving. I love the optical illusion stuff that you see sometimes. Watch the helicopters. Oh God, it's blocking it. Watch the helicopter's rudders or whatever you call those damn things that spin above it. It looks like it's not moving. I can kind of go back. And I don't know if you ever seen those. You ever seen those videos people take of like of airplanes that look like they're stuck in the sky?
Yep.
And dude, I don't know what's going on. I think to a certain extent, some of that stuff where it's the pixels on the camera is not picking up exactly what's being put out exactly, because I recorded some old 1965 Mustang a few months ago, and I was looking at it, and then I went and watched the recording, and the rear LED lights were blinking like crazy in the recording, but they're not in real life. So things don't add up.
the reason why they do that is because LEDs lights, very specifically, they don't just stay on. They blink at like 1,000,000 blinks a second or something like that, and you can only really pick up on it whenever you actually record them. That's why every time somebody has LEDs and you're recording, you get flashing lights.
Yeah, and some of these is what do you call it? Perspective, like when you could be coming towards it and it might look like it's not moving as much. But dude, so I haven't looked at this one, but some of these ones, it's like, wait, what the hell's really going on?
That is freaking weird.
So it could be coming in on approach really slow, but I would say it sure does look slow, and it's not like it's gaining much space. I'm looking at telephone poles here.
Doesn't look like it's moving at all. Oh, it's just sitting there.
That's weird, right? Like,
and I've seen a handful of them like that. I've seen that one you just showed. I've seen a few others too. I've had a couple of them that were able to be debunked, but there are several of them that you cannot debunk.
Glitch in the matrix, or like whatever. Because what I'm looking at right here is like, okay, it appears maybe the nose is maybe level or even a little to the left of this overpass here, and yeah, it didn't move,
Behind
dude.
It's behind it, yeah.
It looks like, yeah, it looks like it's.
Well, here, let me ask you this. Do you know about this then too? Do you know about, have you ever seen or heard of the airplanes that are a little higher than that in the sky, but they're actually cloaked? And there's been moments where they've lost their cloaking. It's basically looked like one time it looked like a cloud. Sometimes you can't see anything at all, and suddenly it just pops out of nowhere and it appears. They have cloaking things they can do on airplanes too. And there's moments where the cloaking messes up and you can catch it on camera, and people have caught it before. So it's another interesting thing. So there's cloaking technology, we know that, and there's people that's actually caught that technology being used on regular airplanes.
Let's see, plane. Hey. Can you open an air? No, don't open an airplane door mid-flight unless you want to go flying out.
If you're on YouTube, you're gonna have a hard time finding the good stuff on YouTube.
Oh,
there's something. BitChute might be a better bet than YouTube, honestly.
Well, you see any on there?
I'm literally just now going to look.
Oh God, don't even, dude. Do you know who this guy was that recorded this?
That one there, the one you met, is that the guy that was sitting at the place where you make the food or whatever, and he had his camera just sitting there facing? Yep, that's him. Yep.
Yeah, he just happened to be recording this stuff with like a professional camera, and oh God, who was he connected to? Was it Epstein or Lutnick or both? I did this like a month ago, and I did a whole big thing on, oh God, was it Lutnick? Like whatever was going on, this dude was right there, and oh God, I can't. Actually, you know what? I can give you. I used ChatGPT for that one. Who was the guy who filmed the first tower being hit on 9/11? I wonder if anybody in the chat has it yet. Got a lot of really fart smellers in the chat. I mean, smart fellers.
I'm trying to find what I'm talking about here.
Got some folks that are back with the stuff here. Hangy and perfect. Talking about air machine. Later, Michelle the Bean. How long ago that was? Okay, Jules Naudet. He was a French filmmaker working on a documentary about New York City firefighters. By chance, he was filming a fire crew in Lower Manhattan. About the only widely known. His brother, Gideon Naudet, also involved in the documentary, but Jules is one who actually filmed the strike. I'm telling you, he has some sort of connections. Can I look up old things?
And what are you in?
I'm trying to see if I can look through my old threads on. All right. Well, maybe I'll get that for next show because it was. Yeah, what is it? Translate the entire document from you. You guys don't know how much time I spend on this stuff. Too much time. Russian documents, Soviet stuff. Yeah, I think it's safe to say I'm addicted to this stuff, Matrix, because like even when I was working my 40-hour job, I would have my face down on my phone and listening to Rumble and Twitter and stuff like that as we were going. But plain cloaking. And I was gonna try to find something for you a little while ago. I forgot, but I just remembered. Let me see if I can find this, because this is kind of going into the Epstein stuff, and then we got to wrap sometime because it's already 5:15.
Holy crap! It is. Oh my God! It's after 4 o'clock.
You got a
here.
show
Holy
tonight
crap.
too, by the way?
Probably not anymore.
The term I'm looking for, crazy days. You guys ever read Crazy Days and Nights?
Don't know what you're talking about.
There's a website called crazydaysandnights.net, and I'm trying to find this because it actually, it's a really good link about the Gettys and how they basically. I'll pull it up so you guys can. I would take a look at this. Crazy Days and .net. So right here. So what they do here on Create, and I've shown some folks here on my chat over the years. Let's try to find one review here. All right, so see what they do is they'll put out a thing with like a clue. Speaking of saying what they want, and this A-list celebrity who got really rich in 2025 does, in fact, use lip fillers. And later on, they'll tell you what it is. So it's blind item, and then later on when you see blind item revealed, like right here, okay? Try not to look underneath the thing here, guys. Let's see if you guys can guess it along with us. Someone could make a book about every excuse. I already saw the answer. This foreign-born, one-named former A-list singer has used to cancel shows or postpone shows or just no show up to shows. The most recent excuse truly tops the rest. So any singers that are canceling shows left and right and using weak excuses? Morrissey? I don't even know who that is. But here's the next one. There are only so many watts. Oh, God. Go away. There are only so many watts, W-A-T-S, not T-T-S. There are only so many watts airplane thriller can try and make a buck before she finally gives in and does OnlyFans. So many watts airplane thriller? Sky Jackson? Is that Michael Jackson?
I don't even understand that.
No
idea.
Either. Right here. Snack Houseway. So what they do is this guy goes by the name of like entertainment lawyer, and he just posts out a bunch of like gossip essentially, and then he later on will tell you. Let me see if I can find it here, dude. Crazy. Oh, dude, this is it. You're gonna love this, dude. So worth the read too, and then we'll definitely wrap up after this. But yeah, this is it, dude. You're gonna love this. And tell me, guys in the chat, girls and guys in the chat, does this sound plausible or does this sound like BS? All right, so here we go. Slightly over 3 decades ago, there was a meeting on a yacht in the Mediterranean, a very important meeting. Things were dire, and the whole was crumbling and was going to escapade. Oh, what the hell? I said escape? All right, well, that was friggin' All right, I'm not that dumb. I promise you guys. I really promise you guys that. Okay. Slightly over 3 decades ago, there was a meeting on a yacht in the Mediterranean, a very important meeting. Things were dire, and the whole escapade was crumbling and was going to have to leave some very important people with some very public egg on their face. Attending the meeting were several world leaders, 2 of the richest people in the world and several others, all of whom were being catered by a group of teens from the country of one of the world leaders. The focus of their discussion was half a world away. To see what they were discussing, we needed to take a step back. In the late 1960s and 70s, G, which I'm going by Getty, just so you guys know, I'll let you know, it's about the Getty family, was one of the wealthiest men in the world. Although he could have anyone in the world to have you-know-what with, G enjoyed the company of younger girls. Very, very young girls. Under 10 was preferred. He imported the girls from foreign countries and housed them in an annex of his home, in which he reached via an underground tunnel. Girls were supplied by a very close friend of his, who we will call M, which we'll let you guys know at the end here. Turns out M also had a love of young girls and provided them to other people like G all over the world. In return, M was protected in power and also enriched himself personally from these men who gave him gifts of not only cash, but also paintings by the masters and so much more. They arranged for other governments to prop his up in the face of rebellion. When G died, things started going downhill, although one of his children, J, was also a fan of the young girls and availed himself frequently. He also ended up taking things too far, and some of the girls ended up unalived. J also had some big drug issues and was not of the same caliber connection-wise that G had been. J was also under a great deal of pressure from siblings and bankers to do something with the annex to his home, the same annex where the young girls were located. Fast forward a few years, the same men in power like G had helped prop up M were all dying off. They were being replaced by other men who had focus on other areas of the world. All too often, they didn't care about young girls and had other vices that could fulfill from other dictators. The problem was what to do about all the girls all over the world that were in place or unalived. That was the purpose of the meeting on the yacht. What was decided was everyone who had a girl in their possession could keep them in place but would never let them go. If they wanted them killed, they could send them to J, and he would make arrangements to unalive them. In total, about 50 of these girls were unalived. They dumped beneath the foundation of an addition to the annex, which was built several miles from the original annex. If you ever want to know why a hit was never put out on the spouse of M, and just so we know, I'll read the rest here. It's alleged that G is J. Paul Getty. M was Ferdinand Marcos, who was the president of the Philippines Art Collection. Spouse, Imelda Marcos. J. John Paul Getty Jr. Getty Center, Monorail. Says if you ever want to know why a hit was never put out on the spouse of Imelda Marcos or Ferdinand Marcos, or any of his own kids, it is because that meeting on the yacht was recorded, both audio and video, and M, Ferdinand Marcos, made sure that everyone knows she has a copy of them. She also made it known that if she or her kids were to die, that the recordings would be released. Ferdinand Marcos' spouse is very old, so people are worried that she has not made any plans to release it when she dies. Apparently, this recording discusses many world leaders and titans of industry who all had their own young boys or girls from this country that they abused. Oh, and just so you know, this will be revealed. This is too important to not be revealed. Boom.
Whoa. That sounds exactly like the exact same stuff we've been seeing with all the other people all around the world, including the Epstein.
Ding,
stuff.
ding, 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 ding. And so basically you can keep them. You can never get rid of them. If you got to get rid of them, you can take them out or you send them over to me and I'll take care of them as well for you. So yeah, bro, craziness. And
when as you read that, I was thinking G and M and J. I was thinking in my head, I thought G and M. I was Maxwell is where I was thinking before
right?
you told us. So
it's wild, dude. It's, and if I was to put it this way, if I was to read that in like 2016, I would go, yeah, it's just a bunch of BS. Like, that's crazy. Like, no way. But now I'm like, par for the course. Like, literally, no big deal. Par for the course. So, hey, so did you say you are doing a show later? Or are you not sure?
I mean, it's already 4:30. I have to get off of this show and even figure out what the heck I'm doing and all that. So all I can say is it's up in the air right now because literally with every single week. When we originally set this up, we talked, noon to 2. Every week it's gone to 3:30 or 4. So I mean, it's doubled the time of what I was already going to do for the day, and so it doesn't mess up the plans, but it changes what I'll be doing later in the day. So,
oh my, you won't mind another minute and a half of Foxcoms, would you?
I'm used to 8-hour shows. We're only 4 hours and 18 minutes in. I still have 3 hours and 40 minutes left in me.
Matrix probably can tell me when this freaking show was.
The Wolf of Washington could be in big trouble. Investigators might finally get a peek inside Nancy and Paulie P's earnings sheets.
Nancy Pelosi should be investigated because she has the highest return of anybody practically in the history of Wall Street. It happened by she knows exactly what's going to happen, what's going to be announced. She buys stock, and then the stock goes up after the announcement's made.
Nancy heard the news and ran to CNN on a busted hip, but Tapper treated her like Biden on debate night.
Nancy Pelosi became rich.
Why do you have to read that? We're here to talk about the 60th anniversary of Medicaid. That's what I agreed to come to talk about.
Yeah, but I wanted
what that means in the election.
I wanted to give you a chance just to respond. He accused you of insider trading. What's your response to that?
That's ridiculous. In fact, I very much support the stop the trading of members of Congress. Not that I think anybody's doing anything wrong. If they are prosecuted and they go to jail. But because of the confidence it instills in the American people, don't worry about this. But I have no concern about the obvious investments that had been made.
Dude, was she fading out? And she was like fading out into the show. But dude, that's great. Get her ass. Well, yeah, she's of course she's supportive of it, dude. Now because she already made her $200-300 million, she don't need to make any more.
Exactly. No, that was last year sometime. I know that.
Really?
Yeah. Medicaid. That was. Hang on. Let me.
Medicaid. Yeah, he needs to get him gone though. I mean.
The 60th anniversary was July 30th of 2025. So that was just before July 30th of last year. I was right. About 9 months ago.
I can't stand it, dude. I can't stand this stuff anymore. You can't do stuff on the fly anymore. You can't. You know? You can't do this stuff.
Yeah.
You can't. Guys, just in case anybody didn't notice, this was the comedy section of today's show. I know I always do a little funny, but that was the comedy section. And specifically the eyes. Don't lose connection to the eyes. Look at boom. Staring. Oh, dude, what? Like, seriously.
I don't have words for that. That's just just weird, bro.
They got one person of color there, at least, you know, just to show. I don't know what they're showing, bro, but
I don't know what they're showing either. Is he supposed to be Byron Donald or something?
I don't know. Let's go. Let's thank some folks on the way out of here, brother. It's getting bananas town out there, bro. It's getting friggin' bananas. So yeah, thank you guys. So from let me see, all the way back from earlier there. Thank you, Non-Persona, for the gifting the subscription out to the channel. Johnson 354618 for the rant there. G Fonts also for that rant, and then Driver 63 for that one, and Johnson got another one and a subscription, and then Donnie Lou, and then looks like Grasshopper rated us and Tron, so we appreciate that from everybody over there. And over on the D Lives, we got Patriot, Chick, Debbie Roush, and Saint Cosmic Dildo as the top 3 contributors. Yes, I did say that. Giggles. All right, so we're releasing those awards, and they're coming at you over in 28 and counting. And over onto the Foxhole app, we got Trisha E with the can, says my favorite weekend stop. Thank you for that, Trisha. I appreciate that and the compliment. And then Punk Q Rocker 4Q with 217 gold pills. What happened to your profile picture? It's gone, and so is Lizzie B's. A couple of people's icons are gone. But thank you, Punk Rocker. And then Bois Blanc with the cookie. Yum yums. Thank you for that, Bois Blanc. And then LKW Cross with the can. No message on any of these. I will read the messages as they go. But thank you, Cross. And then Lizzie B. Matrix. Lizzie B. Lizzie B.
Lizzie B.
with the cookie. Thank you, Lizzie B. And then One Thunder with the can. Thank you for that one Thunder. And then No Thanks, Joe. Thanking you for the cookie. Says, thank you for your Sunday work, Space Shot. Enjoyed your streaming flavor with each opportunity to listen. God bless. Stay safe. I appreciate that, Joe. And then Steve B, 15601 with the cookie. He says, Severe said it. Took hours of coaching you to get to that point. My most favorite song. No, I'm like Jay-Z on that one. I hit that thing on the first take. Actually, it was such well written that I didn't need to do takes over and over. The only issue we had on that one was I had kind of I don't even know what they're called, but they're like a basic microphone, and it has like a little hum to it. But the microphone that I was using, they were all using like somewhat professional microphones, and that's when I went out and bought a Rode, microphone for that purpose. So that's the only thing we really had to do. But yeah, he had to write it. I'm not a writer either, not much of a rapper. But and then Lizzie B with another cookie. But thank you, Stevie B 15601. Too many isms right after Lizzie B's cookie. Too many ism with another cookie. Thank you for that. And then Ohio Kimmy came in, said another one, another cookie with the cookie fight. Thank you, Ohio Kimmy, and thank you, Good Dog, for the shades. And then Magadai with the can. And then the last one, but not least, Dale Bercier, what's up, brother? With the ship, says, much love to both of you. Where we go one, we go all worldwide. Yes, that's very important at the end. WW, worldwide. So ending in 17 on there, awesome. We ended in 18 yesterday somehow, but that is the thanks over there on Pilled, and I'm sure you have some folks to thank as well, Mr. Matrix.
I sure do. And of all things, the first one up is Lizzie B. Welcome and good to see you, Lizzie. Thank you for that cookie.
Lizzie B.
Charlie Souls, good seeing you. Thank you for that cookie. Maverick for Q, thank you for the cookie. And says, I think Eminem actually spilled the beans and reported stuff going on, then revamped himself and recently came back out looking and acting completely different. I'm amazed by you saying that because I've never looked at Eminem like that. Till you just said that. And considering I'm a lifelong Eminem fan, that kind of blew my mind when you said that, because I should have had that thought process, because with 50 Cent going after Diddy the way he is and 50 being the biggest troller next to Trump, basically, it makes sense that way. So kudos to you, Maverick for Q, because I really didn't think of Eminem that way. Even though I'm the biggest fan of his, or was, I just thought of him as evil. I quit listening to his music and all that as well because of it. I'm a huge Tom McDonald fan now compared to Eminem. So, but I'll put that into my head now and think of Eminem a little different and see if I can catch on to anything like that. So thank you, Maverick. Dognuts10, thank you for that cookie, good sir. And No Thanks Joe, thank you for the cookie, and says, good afternoon to you, brother Matrix. I'm certainly digging your new Sunday with Shift Gangsta Comms Space Shot. Nice to see your Cardinals off to a good start. Yes, they are. God bless and be safe. Though I didn't see today's game. I know we're 2-0 before today, so we'll find out. Max Force, good seeing you, brother. Thank you for that 420 gold pills. Too many isms. Thank you for that cookie. Magadai, thank you for that can. And Patriotic Bronco, thank you for that cookie as well. And don't forget, everybody, smack that red pill, smack that thumbs up, or whatever positive affirmation button it is for where you are watching this show. Get the algorithm working for us, because we've been on the leaderboard every week. We've been together on Sundays. Let's keep that going.
Keep it rocking.
Yes.
Had his account terminated permanently. So I'm posting this right now as we're saying this, guys. I'm going to put it in the chat, and I would appreciate you guys all tag Elon as much as you can. And remember, guys, he was flagged for repeated violations, repeated, and when he's not been suspended. So how does that work?
I don't know. I've never had a violation myself, actually. So.
Crazy. What else I can tag to help? I'm gonna post that picture out, and then I'm gonna post this into here as well, guys. Just do us a favor and tag Elon. Fixed. We cannot have rogue people inside X that are doing this. Please.
Yeah, make sure you tag me too, so I can pump it out too.
Yes, absolutely. Peace, always with the peace, and would be greatly appreciated if you guys can share it out there. Matrix.
What was the name of the guy that got suspended you're talking about again?
PPR at PPR _Melee. MILE.
There you go.
Let me. I could tag Rambo. Good follow. They're not killed on Twitter or X just yet. Yeah, it's just disgusting, dude. And believe me, I know what it's like too. When you get that, dude, I was more pissed off. Don't ask me why. Like 5 times the amount of following on YouTube than I did X, but I was a little bit more perturbed about what happened on X than anything. Probably because I didn't expect it to come.
Yeah.
Need to tag Elon Musk on this. Repeat violations will not be restored and has not been done. So if you guys can share this out, I'm putting it into DLive right now. It's an XCOM under my post. Please repost this. A good dude, a guy that I've referenced and had on the show many times. Repost.
I'm gonna scroll up just a hair real quick.
Okay, yeah.
From on your page.
Scroll right here.
No, up. There you go, right there. Just want to see that. Will show everybody on my side, the top of his page. There's the post. Everybody, scroll down. Yeah, there you go. PPR mile.
This post. Apps. Here we go. Tag Elon. There we go. So getting it to the DLives, and apologize, guys, but can't let them take down good folks here. So there it is into the DLives. I'm putting it into Rumble and YouTube right now. Here we go. It should go to both of you guys. Then over to the DLives. Please get that out to folks, and we get his account back and running, because that's just BS, guys. Oh, Elon Musk, of course, it tags the wrong. Yeah, which violate the rules. Complete BS, guys. He ain't done nothing wrong. So yeah, I posted this out, guys. This is what I just shared with you guys out there on the chat. Tag Dave and Rambo. Hopefully they can get that out as well. But this is just BS. Need to not let this stuff stand. And I've tagged Elon so many times, guys. He never, I've asked him about X grew up watching Thundercats. Remember that one, Matrix? X grew
I
up.
didn't watch it, actually. I remember him saying that, though. Yes, from the drops.
Yeah,
Yes.
right here. So I've asked right here. What? Thundercats. Yeah, Mike, spell right. I'm telling you, everything I've ever done has been on the phone rather than computer. But
yep.
So, dude, I can't help, as much as in the beginning I was busting his beans. Because remember when he posted the picture of his nightstand and it had the Durham crossing or Washington crossing the Delaware on the Durham boat?
Yep.
And so I'm like, yeah, he's trying to make it look like he's part of the thing, right? But then when you go, this thing right here is very revealing for me, right? Because obviously we now know X, Twitter is X, right? But what is anything to do with X and Elon Musk? It's like everything. He wanted to make everything X. Remember, he wanted to make PayPal X. He obviously turned Twitter into X. He has a kid whose first name starts with X. So I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? You think that's the right guy, or you think it's maybe somebody else?
No, I think it's 100% on point, because he is literally the X guy, and not just for the site now. Like you said, I heard about the same thing when he wanted all things to be named X. So
Right.
like it's dead on point. And there's several drops that, I mean, not just this one, that talk about the letter X and X doing this, X doing that. And once we learned that about Twitter becoming X, me and Omazon started looking at every time we saw the letter X, we had to change up our way of thinking and whatnot too. So that makes 100% sense to me. But me personally, I never watched Thundercats though.
No, yeah, not really. I was more of a He-Man.
Yep, me too.
All right, guys. We can spin our wheels all day long here. We'll finally get out of here at 4 hours and 40 minutes.
Wow.
Great stuff as usual, brother. Again, click that thumbs up on the way out of here on both of the sides here. Jump over to the other side and click a thumbs up. And if you're listening after, not live, leave us a comment. All the comments add up. They take, I think, the comments tallies and then the thumbs up versus down ratio. And I think they sprinkle in the views a little bit. But I think more importantly is the interaction in the chat and the thumbs up and down. So do that for us, guys. We would greatly appreciate that as well. Any parting words for the folks out there, Mr. Matrix?
Oh, man, after last week and how wild different things that, at least on my end, all the comms that came out and whatnot. We have Easter coming. I hear the thing after Easter, so we'll finish with the same talk we did at the start. JFK Jr. So we started the show talking about those JFK Jr. comms. That's one of my favorite things in the world to talk about. So when Easter is over and 4/6 officially hits, we will have our 10 days of the Iran thing finishing. Also, Savannah Guthrie will be returning to NBC after her mother disappeared 64 days earlier. And then 2 days after that, on Wednesday, after we have our Easter, drop number 1082 will be a Delta. And I know that drop in my head, so I can almost read it without looking at it. It is April 8th, 2018, drop 1082. What is it? POTUS JFK Jr. relationship. Oh, okay, you have it up. It's POTUS JFK Jr. relationship. Plane crash 99, HRC Senate 2000, the start. Enjoy the show. You. One of my favorite drops of all time, with all the JFK Jr. stuff we had coming on. That is becoming a Delta here soon. So all I'm going to say is, eyes on. I think the story's about to get even more fun for us.
Heck yeah. Heck yes. And so thank you to all the mods out there. We will be here to report, the next shoe that drops. You got a show tomorrow, Matrix? You're going live every day, right? So what time?
Monday through Friday, every single Monday through Friday in the evening time, both on Fox and Rumble side. Me and Omazon get together and do our Fox comms as we do 5 days a week. And of course, if there's interesting stuff on during the day, especially Trump talking, one of us will hop on to catch him live as well.
What time's that starting tomorrow?
Well, that's the thing. We don't have starting times. All I say is the evening. If something's going on, nothing's going on, between 5 and 6 p.m. Central. If something is going on, we could be a little earlier. That's when the night show starts, around 5 to 6 p.m. Central Time.
Right, and he's going live for 5 or 6 hours. So when I'm done with Hold the Line episode 202, I think, tomorrow night, which will start at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I will raid the folks over to your show, my man. So thanks again. Great show as usual. Again, thank you to the mods out there. You guys' help is greatly appreciated. And then again, remember, folks that are taking the Feel Great system, MatrixSpecial.com. Is that correct, sir?
MatrixSpecial.com. Yes, sir.
Matrix Special.com or SpaceshotSpecial.com. Whoever you're taking it through, let us know. Send us an email because I want to be able to boast to everybody else how great you're feeling as well. So, again, thank you to the mods. Matrix, great show as usual. We'll see you next Sunday. I'm sure we'll talk many times in between. And for all of you wonderful folks out there, we do appreciate each and every one of you wonderful world patriots for tuning in out there. And until that next one, thumbs up, like, and subscribe. Peace.
Peace.
Something special is happening in here. That's right, it's brackets and jackets, bringing it back for brackets and jackets. Special Epstein Island edition. That's right, folks. Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, the man with the island, which is suspiciously close to Haiti. That's right. You see this man, Jeffrey Epstein, is funding lots of people. He's funding lots of people on the street to make sure his shit doesn't get out. That's right. They want the record sealed. And they're paying a lot of people. Epstein's paying a lot of people. Oh, boy. For one, he's got a whole Mossad media matrix in America. And I would bet you anything that Alex Jones is one of them. Prove me wrong. That's right, Cappy's in the portal. Cappy's in the portal. Cappy's in the building with songs about Epstein. It's Breakfast Jacket's Epstein edition. Guys, I had some epiphanies today. I had some real big epiphanies about some guys. A big network of guys and spies and lies and liars. All right, think about this for a minute, okay? The guy in Portland, the scientist that just got busted for producing CP, that guy is 1 degree of separation away from Epstein. Epstein, the investor that lives in West Palm Beach, Florida. I know a guy who lives in in West Palm Beach, Florida as well. Investor as well, also involved as well. And all is not well with these guys. The Florida boys, the Glow boys, the Scott Israels of the world. You see, Epstein is Hillary Clinton, and Epstein is Haiti, and Epstein is a big network of media assets. By the way, did you know that Steve Bannon was going to that guy for money? Also, Epstein is Epstein Oprah. Epstein is Chris Tucker. You remember him. Epstein is also Kevin Spacey. Epstein is also Prince Andrew. Epstein is also... Who else is Epstein? Who else is Epstein? Tell me. You guys know? Who else is Epstein? Is Epstein Big Pharma? Is Epstein Bryan Singer? Is Epstein Naomi Campbell? Yep, all of the above. All of the above. Who is Epstein? Epstein is the keystone of a whole motherfucking matrix. And once you pull it out, it all falls down. Dersh was there too. That's right, we're dropping red pills every day. Dropping red pills in the best kind of way. This is brackets and jackets for the denizens